Λοιπόν, πρώτα απ' όλα καλημέρα σας, καλημέρα σε όλους. Θα ήθελα να ξεκινήσω από κάτι λίγο πιο προσωπικό πριν μπω στα πολυτυπικά. Είμαι πάρα πολύ χαρούμενη και λίγο συγκινημένη, γιατί σήμερα είδα πολλούς ανθρώπους που τους ξέρω από τότε που έκανα Υπουργείο Εργασίας, Υπουργείο Ανάπτυξης. Είμαι συγκινημένη γιατί τους ανθρώπους αυτούς τους γνώρισα σε στιγμές πάρα πολύ δύσκολες για τη χώρα. Ήταν τότε που μπήκαμε στα μνημόνια, εκπροσωπούσαν τους κοινωνικούς εταίρους, άρα σε μεγάλο βαθμό εκπροσωπούσαν και εργοδότες. Θα μπορούσε να τους είναι τότε πάρα πολύ εύκολο να στηρίξουν όλες τις προτινόμενες επιλογές της Τρόικας. Στάθηκαν και για τους εργαζόμενους και τότε κατάλαβα και τη μεγάλη αξία και τις σχέσεις που αναπτύσσονται μεταξύ εργοδοτών και εργαζομένων στις μικρομεσαίες επιχειρήσεις, και γιατί δεν είναι καθόλου τυχαίο αυτό που λέμε, ότι είναι πράγματι η ραχοκοκαλιά της οικονομίας. Θεωρώ ότι αν τότε οι άνθρωποι αυτοί δεν είχαν τηρήσει αυτή τη στάση, ίσως να είχαμε και πολλές άλλες κοινωνικές συνέπειες. Αυτό λίγο για την αρχή και για την αξία, όπως και εγώ την έζησα, των μικρομεσαίων επιχειρήσεων. Πάμε τώρα στα λίγο πιο τυπικά. Λοιπόν, η Γενική Συνομοσπονδία Επαγγελματιών, Βιοτεχνών και Εμπόρων Ελλάδος και το Επαγγελματικό Επιμελητήριο ανέλαβαν την πρωτοβουλία να συνδιοργανώσουν ένα διήμερο συνέδριο για τις μικρές επιχειρήσεις και τις προκλήσεις που αντιμετωπίζουν, καθώς το περιβάλλον το οποίο δραστηριοποιούνται μεταβάλλεται σε ραγδαίους ρυθμούς. Η σημασία των μικρών επιχειρήσεων είναι αδιαμφισβήτητη, είναι άλλωστε πάρα πολλές, γι' αυτό και τις αποκαλούν ραχοκοκαλιά της οικονομίας. Δημιουργούν την πλειονότητα των νέων θέσεων εργασίας, παράγουν πλούτο, ενισχύουν την κοινωνική συνοχή, συμβάλλουν στη βελτίωση της ποιότητας ζωής των πολιτών. Στην Ευρωπαϊκή Ένωση αντιπροσωπεύουν το 99% των επιχειρήσεων, απασχολούν το 66% του εργατικού δυναμικού, παράγουν περισσότερο από το 50% του ΑΕΠ. Τα στοιχεία αυτά δείχνουν τη σημασία, τη συμβολή των μικρών επιχειρήσεων στην οικονομία, καθιστώντας επιτακτική την αντιμετώπιση προκλήσεων, όπως η πρόσβαση σε χρηματοδότηση, ο ψηφιακός μετασχηματισμός και η πράσινη μετάβαση. Η έλλειψη ρευστότητας, τα χαμηλά ποσοστά πρόσβαση σε χρηματοδότηση αποτελούν διαχρονικά προβλήματα, προκλήσεις για τις μικρές επιχειρήσεις. Είναι χαρακτηριστικό ότι περίπου το 80% των μικρομεσαίων επιχειρήσεων στην Ευρωπαϊκή Ένωση δεν έχουν την αναγκαία για την ανάπτυξή τους χρηματοδότηση, αυτό που χρειάζεται για να αναπτυχθούν. Κατά συνέπεια, η έλλειψη χρηματοδότησης εμποδίζει τις μικρές επιχειρήσεις να δημιουργήσουν νέες θέσεις εργασίας, νέους πόρους, να μπορέσουν να συμβάλλουν ακόμη περισσότερο στην οικονομική ανάπτυξη. Ο ψηφιακός μετασχηματισμός είναι πρόκληση, παράλληλα όμως είναι και ευκαιρία, τουλάχιστον για τις μικρές επιχειρήσεις. Οι νέες τεχνολογίες μπορούν να βοηθήσουν τις μικρές επιχειρήσεις να βελτιώσουν την παραγωγικότητά τους, να βάλουν νέες βελτιωμένες διαδικασίες, να μειώσουν το κόστος τους, να προσφέρουν καλύτερα προϊόντα και υπηρεσίες. Για παράδειγμα, η τεχνητή νοημοσύνη μπορεί να χρησιμοποιηθεί για την αυτοματοποίηση εργασιών, τη βελτίωση της εξυπηρέτησης πελατών, την αύξηση πωλήσεων, την ακόμα μεγαλύτερη παραγωγή προϊόντος. Ωστόσο, υπάρχουν προβλήματα που μπορεί να αντιμετωπίσουν κατά την υιοθέτηση νέων τεχνολογιών. Αυτά τα προβλήματα περιλαμβάνουν μεταξύ άλλων το κόστος, αλλά και την έλλειψη πόρων για την υιοθέτηση των τεχνολογιών. Η πράσινη μετάβαση περιλαμβάνει τη στροφή σε μια βιώσιμη οικονομία που βασίζεται σε ανανεώσιμες πηγές ενέργειας. Στην κυκλική οικονομία μειώνει τις εκπομπές αερίων του θερμοκηπίου. Η πράσινη μετάβαση αποτελεί πρόκληση για τις μικρές επιχειρήσεις, καθώς από τη μία μεριά μπορεί να προσφέρει ωφέλη, όπως η μείωση του ενεργειακού κόστους, το οποίο σε γενικές γραμμές αποτελεί περίπου το 15% του συνολικού κόστους των επιχειρήσεων. Από την άλλη, το σημαντικά υψηλό κόστος μετάβασης, η έλλειψη πληροφόρησης και η υψηλή γραφειοκρατία αποτελούν σοβαρά εμπόδια. Περίπου αυτά τα ζητήματα θα συζητηθούν σήμερα από τους ανθρώπους που θα βρεθούν κοντά μας. Νομίζω ότι μπορούμε σιγά-σιγά να προχωρήσουμε στις ομιλίες και θα ήθελα να καλέσω στο βήμα τον κύριο Γιώργο Καββαθά, τον πρόεδρο της GSEVEE.
Ευχαριστώ, κύριε Τζίμα. Κυρία Υπουργέ, κύριε Δήμαρχε, κύριε Διοικητά της Τράπεζας της Ελλάδας, κύριε Διευθύνοντα Σύμβουλε της Τράπεζας Πiraeus, κύριε Πρόεδρε της SMEunited, της Πανευρωπαϊκής Συνομοσπονδίας Μικρομεσαίων Επιχειρήσεων και Βιοτεχνιών, αγαπητέ πρώην Πρόεδρε της GSEVEE, Δημήτρια Σιμακόπουλε, αγαπητοί συνάδελφοι, Πρόεδροι των Επιμελητηρίων κύριε Πρόεδρε του Επαγγελματικού Επιμελητηρίου της Αθήνας, αγαπητοί συνάδελφοι, μέλη των διοικήσεων του Επαγγελματικού Επιμελητηρίου Αθηνών και της Γενικής Συνομοσπονδίας, σας καλωσορίζω στο Ευρωπαϊκό Συνέδριο που συνδιοργανώνουν η Γενική Συνομοσπονδία Επαγγελματιών Βιοτεχνών Εμπόρων Ελλάδας και το Επαγγελματικό Επιμελητήριο της Αθήνας, με τίτλο «Οι προκλήσεις των μικρών επιχειρήσεων σε ένα μεταβαλλόμενο οικονομικό περιβάλλον». Και είναι αλήθεια ότι οι μικρές επιχειρήσεις αντιμετωπίζουν μία σειρά από προκλήσεις, προβλήματα, δυσκολίες και καλούνται να αξιοποιήσουν ολοένα λιγότερες ευκαιρίες στο επιχειρήν. Και δυστυχώς τα τελευταία χρόνια οι ανάγκες, οι κρίσεις και οι προκλήσεις που πρέπει να καλύψει και να υπερβεί η μικρή επιχείρηση είναι κρίσιμες, διαδοχικές και επίμονες. Να είστε σίγουροι ότι για τους φορείς μας η διοργάνωση αυτού του συνεδρίου είναι μία πρόκληση από μόνη της, ιδίως με τις τόσο πυκνές εξελίξεις σε οικονομικό, κοινωνικό και πολιτικό επίπεδο. Κρίναμε ωστόσο ότι σε μία περίοδο διαδοχικών κρίσεων που τείνουν να πάρουν χαρακτηριστικά μιας ιονή μόνιμης κρίσης με διαφορετικές κάθε φορά εκφάνσεις, δεν μπορούμε απλά να βλέπουμε τα τρένα να περνάνε. Άλλωστε, η δική μας οικονομική επιβίωση, η επιβίωση των οικογενειών μας, αλλά και των χιλιάδων εργαζομένων και συνεργατών μας, εξαρτάται σε πολύ μεγάλο βαθμό από τις επιπτώσεις αυτών των κρίσεων στην οικονομική και κοινωνική ζωή του τόπου μας. Η τελευταία δοκιμασία για πολλούς εδώ μέσα ήταν οι πρωτοφανείς βροχοπτώσεις στη Θεσσαλία, στην οποία βρεθήκαμε μαζί με τον πρόεδρο του Επαγγελματικού Επιμελητηρίου, τον Γιάννη τον Chatzitheodosiou, πριν 3 μέρες, που μας επενθύμησαν για πολλοστή φορά την κλιματική κρίση, που όχι μόνο οδηγεί στην αύξηση της θερμοκρασίας, αλλά και την εμφάνιση ακραία έντονων και ασυνήθιστων καιρικών φαινομένων. Κλιματική κρίση που κάθε άλλο παρά μακρινή πρόκληση είναι για τις μικρές επιχειρήσεις, καθώς πέραν των δραματικών ανθρωπιστικών συνεπειών, οι επιπτώσεις στην οικονομική ζωή είναι πολλαπλές. Ένα άλλο πεδίο, άκρος προκλητικό και απαιτητικό για τα χρόνια που θα έρθουν, είναι η ψηφιακή μετάβαση που συνοδεύει την 4η βιομηχανική επανάσταση και την ανάδυση της τεχνητής νοημοσύνης. Ο ψηφιακός μετασχηματισμός είναι πρόκληση και παράλληλα ευκαιρία για τις μικρές επιχειρήσεις. Οι νέες τεχνολογίες μπορούν να βοηθήσουν τις μικρές επιχειρήσεις να βελτιώσουν την παραγωγικότητά τους, να εισάγουν νέες βελτιωμένες διαδικασίες, να μειώσουν το κόστος τους και να προσφέρουν καλύτερα προϊόντα και υπηρεσίες. Ωστόσο, υπάρχουν προβλήματα που μπορεί να αντιμετωπίσουν κατά την υιοθέτηση των νέων τεχνολογιών, τα οποία σχετίζονται με το κόστος και την έλλειψη πόρων για την υιοθέτηση των νέων τεχνολογιών, καθώς και την έλλειψη γνώσεων και ενημέρωσης για τις νέες τεχνολογίες. Ένα πιο παραδοσιακό πεδίο ενδιαφέροντος προβληματισμού, θα έλεγα, για τη μικρή επιχείρηση, που μπορεί να αποτελεί και στοιχείο ανισότητας και στρέβλωσης του ανταγωνισμού σε σχέση με τις μεγαλύτερες επιχειρήσεις, αφορά την πρόσβαση στη χρηματοδότηση. Είναι γεγονός ότι η έλλειψη ρευστότητας και τα χαμηλά ποσοστά πρόσβασης σε χρηματοδότηση είναι διαχρονικά σημαντικές προκλήσεις για τις μικρές επιχειρήσεις, όχι μόνο στη χώρα μας, αλλά σχεδόν σε ολόκληρο το ευρωπαϊκό χώρο. Το 80% των μικρών επιχειρήσεων της Ευρωπαϊκής Ένωσης δεν έχουν την αναγκαία για την ανάπτυξή τους χρηματοδότηση, συνθήκη που εμποδίζει τις μικρές επιχειρήσεις να δημιουργήσουν νέες θέσεις εργασίας και να συμβάλλουν περαιτέρω στην οικονομική ανάπτυξη. Παρά τα εμπόδια, παρά τις δυσκολίες, παρά το διαφορετικό πλαίσιο εντός του οποίου επιχειρεί η μικρή επιχείρηση στην Ελλάδα αλλά και στην Ευρώπη, η σημασία της δεν είναι καθόλου αμεληταία. Οι μικρές επιχειρήσεις δημιουργούν την πλειονότητα των νέων θέσεων εργασίας, παράγουν πλούτο και δημόσια έσοδα και ενισχύουν την κοινωνική συνοχή. Αντιπροσωπεύουν το 99% των επιχειρήσεων στην Ευρωπαϊκή Ένωση, απασχολούν το 66% του εργατικού δυναμικού και παράγουν το 50% του ΑΕΠ της Ευρωπαϊκής Ένωσης. Αυτό το συνέδριο, λοιπόν, Αποτελεί μία πρόκληση, μία ευκαιρία δημόσιου διαλόγου με το βλέμμα στραμμένο στην ελληνική αλλά και την ευρύτερη ευρωπαϊκή πραγματικότητα. Γι' αυτό έχουν κληθεί όσοι διοικούν, εργάζονται, εκπροσωπούν και αποφασίζουν για τις μικρές επιχειρήσεις σε ένα ιδιαίτερα ασταθές περιβάλλον, μεταξύ των οποίων εκπρόσωποι της κυβέρνησης, της αντιπολίτευσης, ο διοικητής της Τράπεζας της Ελλάδος, εκπρόσωποι της Ευρωπαϊκής Επιτροπής, οργανισμών και επιστημονικών Ινστιτούτων, αλλά και άνθρωποι της τοπικής αυτοδιοίκησης, του επιμελητριακού θεσμού, της ίδιας της αγοράς. Πιστεύουμε απόλυτα ότι 2 μυαλά είναι προτιμότερα από 1. 3 είναι ακόμα καλύτερα. Και όσα περισσότερα, τόσο καλύτερα, και αυτά θα μπορούν να καταθέσουν τις προτάσεις τους και να βοηθήσουν στην κατανόηση της ατζέντας του συνεδρίου μας. Θα βοηθήσουν να ενισχύσουν τα επιχειρήματά μας, να ιεραρχήσουμε τις προτεραιότητές μας και ευελπιστούμε ότι σταδιακά θα είμαστε σε θέση να συγκροτήσουμε μια κοινότητα σκέψης και γνώσης γύρω από τη μικρή επιχείρηση στην Ελλάδα, που με το βλέμμα στραμμένο στις ευρωπαϊκές εξελίξεις θα κατανοεί και θα πιέζει στη γενική εφαρμογή της ιδέας Think small first. Σκέψη πρώτα σε μικρή κλίμακα. Αυτή η ιδέα που πρωτακούστηκε στο δημόσιο διάλογο από τη GSEVEE και τον πρώην πρόεδρό της, Δημήτρη Ασημακόπουλο, μερικά χρόνια πριν, παραμένει ακόμα το 2023 ζητούμενο. Σας ευχαριστώ πολύ.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kavvathas. And I will now ask to the floor Mr. Ioannis Chatzitheodosiou, the President of the Athens Chamber of Tradesmen. Good morning, Minister, Mayor of Athens, Governor of the Bank of Greece, Mr. Megalou, CEO of Piraeus Bank, dear friends, presidents of chambers, representatives of GSEVEE, dear members of the Board of Directors of the Athens Chamber of Tradesmen, ladies and gentlemen, I, in turn, would like to welcome you to the European conference on small and medium-sized enterprises, a conference that brings in the spotlight SMEs and the challenges that they have to deal with in a rapidly changing financial environment. But allow me, before I start with my greeting, to make a reference to facts and events that have shocked us all and are directly pertinent to what we're going to discuss these 2 days. This summer, our country experienced dramatically the consequences of climate change, first of all with the wildfires and then with the extreme rainfall and floods. Losses in human lives, livestock, farmland are huge, and the financial repercussions are visible not only in the affected areas that are still in emergency status, but across the entire real economy. As Mr. Georgios Kavvathas said a few days ago, we visited all 4 prefectures, and I remember what a young entrepreneur said, and actually brings us all what we feel. He said the mud did not covered up everything except our dreams. And this was shocking because it was a huge event that destroyed properties and farmland. The destruction suffered in the region will mean a rise in the cost of the products generated there. We see already increases in food prices, and I believe that we're going to see further price increases in a market that is already affected by high prices. And the additional cost to offer relief to the affected person means that there will be less resources available to support households and businesses against inflation. SMEs are once again at a very difficult spot, and this should be of high concern to us. Right now, in Europe, there are 25 million SMEs, which, as you said, employ more than 140 million people. It is these companies that represent 99% of businesses and generate more than 50% of the EU GDP. Small and medium-sized enterprises that today and in the years to come must play a leading role in Europe's effort for digital and green transition. to build an economy that's sustainable with technological autonomy and resilience in crisis. This role must be recognized and supported in action. This year comes 15 years from the Small Business Act initiatives, whereby the European Union recognized the importance and the different needs of SMEs, and initiatives that set the principles and the framework for boosting the small-scale entrepreneurship. In the time that elapsed, Europe and the businesses dealt with unprecedented crisis. The pandemic led to the deepest recession that Europe has faced after World War II. The Russian invasion of Ukraine, the imposition of sanctions and the crisis that followed put a further strain on the resilience of SMEs and on households. The battle against inflation has seen interest hikes. The tightening fiscal rules in Eurozone limits the abilities of countries to intervene and support their real economies. The climate crisis and geopolitical instabilities create new risks and uncertainties. At the same time, technological developments and the need for energy transition change the rules of competition at a global scale. Faced with these challenges, SMEs cannot do nothing. They need to go faster, increase productivity, reduce costs, maintain the competitiveness of their products and services. They need to go ahead with a green transition and safeguard themselves against energy crisis and limit their energy costs. It is an effort that requires three things. First, funds to finance investments. Second, proper skills. And third, a stable and favorable regulatory environment. In each of these fronts, SMEs are faced with great difficulties. Today, approximately 80% of SMEs in the European Union do not have access to the necessary financing to grow. The increase of the interest rates spikes affect their funding because it makes money more expensive. Apart from the lack of funds, SMEs lack adequate know-how to plan strategies for green and digital transition. The difficulty of finding properly skilled staff is another problem. SMEs are dealing with this problem for many years. We must also stress that in the framework of green and digital transition, the regulatory environment becomes more and more complex and demanding for an SME. In recent years, new regulations have been applied for cybersecurity, data protection, new production specification, green public contracts, etc. But these are regulations that follow the EU strategy but create proportionally greater compliance costs for SMEs. And allow me on this occasion to make one note. The new EU legislation on sustainable financing may not be of direct concern for SMEs, but there is concern that it will create additional barriers and requirements in SMEs' efforts to draw funds from banks or be part of supply chains. In Greece, all these problems are heightened. In our country, SMEs and small companies have an even greater contribution in the economy. SMEs account for 84% in employment compared to 64% in EU 27. Micro businesses are 92.7% of companies and employ two-thirds of Greek manpower. They contribute 67% to employment compared to 48.5% in EU 27. SMEs generate 61% of added value in Greek economy, while the EU average is 52%. These businesses make up the backbone of the economy and employment in Greece. Apart from the external crisis of recent years, they've gone through a more than 10-year period of deep recession where may I remind you that the country's GDP dropped by 25%. Access to financing from the financial crisis years to date is the most important problem that SMEs are facing. 7 out of 10 SMEs do not have access to financing. Greek small and micro businesses have always run the risk of rejection of their application for a bank loan. Even in the case of the small SMEs that have access to financing, the lending interest rates are very high in Greece, both in relation to the lending rate of large companies and compared to other EU countries and euro area countries. The inability of finding the necessary funds leads to the non-implementation of investment plans. The co-financed actions announced in the framework of horizontal actions is the only tool that SMEs have to boost their entrepreneurship. But again, participation of small and micro businesses in this action is faced with numerous problems and weaknesses. As we've seen with the EPANEC data so far for the 2014-2020 programming period, there's a small percentage of Greek businesses managed to have access to the various actions. The factors that led to this low participation have been noted repeatedly. We have evaluation and investment proposals with objective criteria that exclude a large number of small micro businesses. We have a lot of bureaucratic procedures, and small micro businesses don't have the technical capability to respond to, and there is lack of information of micro businesses for the actions announced. There are many calls made by various agencies. We also have the fact that in Greece a large part of co-financed actions concerns the provision of loan funds by banks, but so far the banks' policies focus on lending to companies that meet the strict banking criteria or can offer security collateral. And a result, almost exclusively large companies can get loans, well, namely companies that would have access to bank loans anyway. This will continue in the new programming period. As the new programs are planned, only 6.5% of businesses can be financed. We also have the National Recovery and Resilience Framework that could be a unique opportunity, but so far the supporting SMEs does not seem to be a priority. One would say that in the concept of Greece 2.0, small-scale entrepreneurship is treated more as a pathogen in Greek economy. And this is why takeovers and mergers appear as the only way to survive. This is an approach that does not take into account the major role of SMEs in production and employment, neither the particularities and capabilities per sector. What we say is that if SMEs want to have access to financing tools, they need to stop being small. This strategy will not succeed. The effort to transform the Greek and the European economy cannot go ahead with small businesses left in the margins. We need dynamism, we need a constant growth. It needs to be fair and create opportunities for many, not for just a few. In order for SMEs to be able to take up the role that they can have in the Greek and digital transition of groups, we should place even more emphasis on the particular characteristics and their needs. The first concern is to combat inflation in order to be able to drop interest rates. This is the most direct, immediate battle that we need to fight in order to improve the current situation. Then we need to make it clear at EU level that SMEs need a special treatment in order to remain competitive both in the national and in the global market. Within the weeks that will come, we are expecting the EU program with high expectation in the business world. What we're expecting is a set of measures that will give a boost to SMEs. We are expecting enhanced flow of funds to SMEs to be able to go ahead with their digital and Greek transmission. We expect to see an increase in funds for investing Europe. We expect the states to do the same in the framework of their national recovery and resilience programs. We are expecting to make use of the European skills year to increase the skills of both entrepreneurs and employees and improve the market need diagnostic system per sector with the involvement of chambers. Especially for Greece, we have stressed the following. For businesses to transition the day after, we need to first ensure their presence today. We think it's necessary to take measures to support entrepreneurship and support households against high costs and the effects of the floods. It is necessary also to deal with the debt that businesses have accumulated during the crisis. The public policy should focus on not at eliminating SMEs, but in helping them overcome the barriers so that they can participate actively in growth. Nobody doubts the challenges of growth and opening opportunities for cooperation, but growth cannot come from one day to the next, and cannot concern all enterprises in all sectors. We need to continue to think and plan on the basis of the requirements of small companies. We need a strategy, national strategy for small entrepreneurship, taking into account the example of the similar European strategy. We need to take into account the needs and the figures of SMEs. In this direction, especially as SMEs are concerned, we need to place emphasis on supporting through grants and not through loan instruments. It's true that grants have been connected with the creation of a culture of dependence from state support to implement investment plans. On the other hand, it is a solution that's imposed in order to ensure that more and more micro businesses and businesses that are precluded from the banking system to be able to grow. The loan instruments are important, but they need to be further supported by banks. We need to place emphasis on simplifying procedures so that micro businesses and SMEs can propose proposals without the need of external consultants. We need to have a central structure to inform businesses with reliable information for the characteristic and the requirements of its action and the preparation of eligible investment proposals. We need to design focused intervention to support businesses and sectors where small size is an advantage, not a disadvantage. We need to support the innovation of small and medium-sized enterprises by the creation of partnerships and innovation networks at local level. Ladies and gentlemen, SMEs in Greece and in Europe are able, they have a vision, they have the strength to lead the transformation of the European economy. Let's allow them to do so, because the survival and growth of SMEs goes hand in hand with the survival and the growth of Europe. Thank you.
We thank Mr. Chatzitheodosiou very much, and let me give the floor to the Mayor of Athens, Mr. Kostas Bakoyannis, and wish him luck in his mandate. Ladies and in the elections to come. Ladies and gentlemen, let me welcome you all, representing all of my colleagues, and thank you all for the excellent cooperation so far. Dear President, thank you very much. We have taken major steps together, and I believe that together we can do much more in the future. Madam Minister, members of the of the Hellenic Parliament, ladies and gentlemen, guests from abroad, it is a great honor and a pleasure to be here with you. We spoke about joining forces and the need of collaboration beyond political parties and ideologies. I insist, whenever we have approached things in a bottom-up approach, we have achieved great results. I would like to go back to the darkness of the first lockdown and during the pandemic, an era most of us would like to forget. Back then, social partners and we shared the same apprehension. What is going to happen to the businesses, to the SMEs mainly, which we all know constitute the very backbone of our economy. We claimed European funds, 40 million euros, and for the first time in Greece, the municipalities in Greece allocated, earmarked such funds in cooperation with the partners by identifying the real needs. We would identify the real needs and we would allocate the funds, and we would also identify the comparative edges we wanted to strengthen. One example, the money allocated for the energy upgrading of businesses, and number two, the money allocated for the strengthening of the digital skills of the people working in SMEs. And we start seeing results already. 2-3 years later, only 2-3 years later, we see that the policies we adopted back then produced results. And then you will wonder, is it only crisis that makes us cooperate? No, we need to cooperate always because we have something in common. The job of the municipality of Athens has two clauses, two pillars. The environment, we need to tackle the climate crisis. We are at work with the climate crisis, but also strengthening the neighborhoods of Athens. Athens is made of its neighborhoods, and where do all such things meet? In SMEs, because SMEs have a very significant social value. SMEs are the social and financial DNA of our country. This is why we stand by the chambers. Mr. Kavvathas said earlier something very correct. 2 minds are always better than 1. 3 minds are always better than 2. Let us remember that when we go ahead into the future. Thank you very much. We'd like to thank the Mayor of Athens, Mr. Kostas Bakoyannis, and I would now like to give the floor to the representative of the Greek government, Mrs. Anna Mani Papadimitriou, Deputy Minister for Development. Good morning. Dear Mayor of the Municipality of Athens, dear Governor of the Bank of Greece, CEO of the Bank of Piraeus, Mr. President of GSEVEE, Mr. President of the Athens Chamber of Tradesmen, ladies and gentlemen, representatives and members of chambers, ladies and gentlemen, it is indeed a great honor to be representing the government and the Prime Minister, Mr. Kyriakos Mitsotakis, in today's important conference, European conference. I'd like to congratulate the organizers on this initiative, which will provide fertile soil for a productive dialogue about the future of the Greek enterprises and the economy in general, given that SMEs are the backbone of the Greek economy. This is why they lie in the very heart of our national strategy for industry history that was drafted and is being implemented for the first time in Greece. And it couldn't be different otherwise, because 99% of the businesses in our country are SMEs, employing more than 2 million workers, employees, with an added value of 34 billion euros approximately. Despite the pressures experienced during the pandemic by SMEs, that is, it recovered significantly in 2022, and the prospects for the future are positive. However, in a complex social, environmental and economic environment, the challenges are many. One of such challenges, maybe the most important one, is the funding which is important for the growth and development of SMEs. We, as the Ministry of Growth and Development and as a government, we pledge that the support for SMEs, which is the very heart of the Greek economy, with the utilization of both Greek and European funds, will remain a top priority. We know that access to capital still is one of the main issues, one of the main concerns for the entrepreneurial world. The government lays emphasis on such funds and on facilitating access to the banking system. There is a long way to go in order to increase the number of businesses that have access to loans. And like Mr. Mitsotakis, the Prime Minister, said at the International Fair of Thessaloniki, this is an issue we need to tackle. A major step forward has been taken with the Development Bank to give extra funding to 60,000 businesses which had no access to the banking system until now. It is the intention of the government to strengthen the competition in the banking system, to fund businesses and to give the opportunity to no banking entities to be able to give loans under, of course, the guidance of the Bank of Greece. There is an effort to give SMEs the possibility to be able to guarantee in an easy and smooth way the capital they need, so that they will be able to invest and achieve their objectives in a timely manner, with an action of the Entrepreneurship Fund, and by allocating 192 million euros from the European Development Bank, we supported many businesses, and there was another source of funding. There will be another source of funding, which will be the new NSRF, two actions for the creation of new businesses and new businesses in the field of tourism. Will see a budget of 250 million euros. Then Greece has been upgraded in terms of investments, which is a very positive development, and this will reduce the cost for the state to have access to capital. This translates into cheaper loans and to better liquidity terms. So we also have some important digital tools for businesses which guide businesses to find the necessary tools to achieve funding. Let me also talk about my competences as a Deputy Minister for Development and talk about the following actions. Firstly, the National Observatory, which is a very important initiative of GSEVEE, which aims at recording, monitoring and processing data for SMEs providing information and support in issues of decision-making and operational decisions, and as well as providing help to deal with problems. This observatory constitutes a very important tool which will help us support and strengthen SMEs on the basis of a specific data. Then there is yet another action, the action of processing and transformation within the Resilience and Recovery Fund, which supports small and micro businesses for the use of robotics, the digitalization of production, the digitalization of supply chains, and the planning and design for the production of smart services, the application of artificial intelligence technologies, and the acquisition of equipment. Transition into the digital era is of paramount importance because with the new technologies, apart from energy saving, we also support production, innovation, and we have lower operational costs. This action has seen the participation of 507 applications, which proves the high interest and the will to proceed to the digital transformation of businesses and to help them adapt by the requirements of the model Industry 4.0. Then we need to help businesses become more extrovert abroad. That was the third part. And fourthly, a more friendly and a more flexible environment for businesses. There have been many reforms undertaken by the government to simplify the licensing for businesses, to facilitate their monitoring approaches, and to help them save time and money, always bearing in mind the benefit of the public interest and fair competition. And let me talk about the competent department for businesses of our Ministry of Growth and Development. Mr. Rekas will be representing this directorate. This directorate received a prize for the digital government for a digital tool it created for the information of businesses. This is a tool that helps SMEs that would like to have access to the banking system. It helps them identify modern funding tools to cover their needs. We are at the beginning of applying the biggest ever budget for reform in SMEs in Greece. There are many development programs with a capital of 50 billion euros. 18 billion euros will come from the Recovery Fund, 1 billion annually from the Development Law, and the rest from the NSRF. So by 2027, 4.1 million euros will derive from the program of rural development. The first program from the NSRF for the new programming period has already been activated, and the applications are already many. It aims at the digital transformation of businesses for the utilization of new digital products and services, so that our businesses will be able to modernize their operational and productive services and to promote the online transactions with their collaborators and customers. And then the green transition, encouraging investment plans aiming at the utilization digitalization and the promotion of new technologies, the upgrading of services and products through actions utilizing new technologies, modern infrastructures, and energy upgrading and circular economy. 1 billion euros out of the 26 billion euros of the new NSRF will be allocated to fund the digital and green transition of SMEs. 56,000 SMEs will be part of these actions, and the funds will be absorbed in the coming 2 or 3 years. In a continuously changing environment, the strengthening of SMEs is of paramount importance for them to rise to the challenge of economic, environmental and social challenges. SMEs need our help to transit, to shift to the new era of digital transformation and sustainable development. The digital world is changing at a galloping pace, and our SMEs need to adapt to remain competitive. Ladies and gentlemen, according to the Index of Digital Economy, which monitors the performance of all member states, in 2021, 39% of SMEs had the basic digital knowledge. The improvement and the utilization of new technologies and the digitalization of businesses are one of the main objectives of the European project, the Digital Decade, to transform Europe by 2030. And the aim is that more than 90% of the European SMEs will achieve digital literacy. In order to keep the SMEs of our country competitive, we need to apply policies and practices of green entrepreneurship. Ladies and gentlemen, we all realize that there is an imperative to act in a concerted way, not only in Greece but also in the European Union, in order to strengthen businesses and to support their competitiveness. To support the strategy for a sustainable and inclusive green and digital transition, the government of Kyriakos Mitsotakis, despite difficulties and all the factors, external factors that it has faced, the war in Ukraine, inflation, the energy crisis, well, it supported the workers and the employees, it supported the society. The government is here to offer the support and the tools necessary for the businesses to shift into the new era. The government is here to support entrepreneurship and the SMEs and in general, with a plan, with a vision, and with the promise for a just growth for everybody. Thank you very much for your attention, and I wish you a productive conference. I am very, very sorry because I forgot to welcome the President of the European Confederation, who is honoring us with his presence here today.
I'd like to help the Deputy Minister of Development, the leading opposition parties represented by Ms. Olga Gerovasili. Ms. Gerovasili, you have the floor. Ladies and gentlemen, Minister, dear Georgios, dear Yannis, thank you very much for extending me the honor of being amongst you today and congratulate you for this extremely important event for organizing a European conference for the challenges of small enterprises. We all know how important this is for our country. I wanted to share with you that apart from my capacity as a politician that I am here, I would like to talk in my previous capacity of a businesswoman with just a few employees, having faced the problems of checks, of financing, of insurance contribution, and all these challenges that were my day-to-day concerns for many, many years. Of course, I'm not going to tie you with figures that prove the value and importance of SMEs for European and Greek economies, given that you know these figures better than I do. But I would like to say one thing, that in the European Union, according to the Commission, there are 25 million small and medium-sized enterprises employing 100 million people and represent more than half of Europe's GDP. In Greece, they account for 99.6% of all Greek businesses, and I believe this gives us a big picture which sometimes is overlooked by people, by policymakers in Greece and in Europe. And sometimes when there's references made to small and medium-sized businessmen, one might think that they constitute more a problem than a reality and the need to find solutions and to find support. The only thing that is certain, apart from the sizable figures that I mentioned, is that small businesses are more vulnerable to back-to-back crises. So we are here today after the pandemic, the war in Ukraine, the energy crisis, a high inflation, which to a great extent are common problems for all EU countries. In our country, of course, we have a set of particular factors that affect the performance of our businesses: unfair competition by multinational, interest rate spikes, inability to access bank loans and high private debt, lack of liquidity, and I believe that all these factors create, or rather asphyxiate SMEs. Of course, the situation, the current situation, the problems, the global crisis, or rather multiple crises, not just one crisis. But is it only that? Is this only the situation? There is a clear-cut preference of the governments to large businesses and a favorable treatment of large businesses. According to the government narrative, the small size of businesses is related only with problems, and some have been even characterized as zombies. And this probably justify the fact that how each financing tools, strategic law, or the RF actually does not take into account SMEs, especially as the last. It is characteristic that in the average required loan amount is 29 million, so this precludes SMEs. The initial 500 million of loans were channeled to the financing of just 13 large businesses. Of course, it's not enough to just make discoveries that can one account to one reason or another in this narrative, but I believe that what is important is what does one suggest to address what can one suggest as a solution, as a proposal? Let me be brief. I propose the implementation of a plan for the productive transformation of the economy in a sustainable, inclusive way, with an integrated framework, strategic framework, having SMEs at the forefront, which for us is the most important pillar supporting the Greek economy. Believing that supporting small and medium-sized entrepreneurship creates multiple effects, we propose a set of interventions such as assisting SMEs to obtain a critical size through partnerships, cooperatives, clusters, etc., through mergers, not acquisitions or absorptions, or the participation in domestic or global value chains. Assisting them in their digitization without the country becoming the consumer of ready digital solutions, with the involvement of research and the research community and academia, activating special targeted programs to activate startups and micro businesses so that they are not absorbed by large groups, institutionalize a permanent nexus of tax incentives and financing incentives to help small businesses, the creation and the support of structures such as chambers to be able to respond to the challenges of globalization, the creation of specialized financing tools through the development bank in order to facilitate access, businesses have access to financing, enhancing microcredits, redesign the RRF in order to provide loans to the investment plans of small and medium-sized enterprises. Of course, addressing private debts to social insurance funds and the tax by writing off part of these debts for debts created after the health crisis. The creation of a framework for a settlement of debts with protection of residents and the business presidents and farmland. With just a few words, I would like to conclude my remarks and wish the very best of success to the proceedings of this conference, and hope that they are productive. And I hope that the outcomes of this fertile dialogue will give an answer to the challenges, the concerns, and the expectation of SMEs. For us, it is an occasion to broaden the discussion, to update our positions and our policies. So I wish you the very best of success, and thank you very much once again for extending me the honor of being here amongst you. Thank you very much. Thank you, Ms. Gerovasili. I would like to ask Mr. Yannis Stournaras, Governor of the Bank of Greece, to the floor. Minister, representative of the opposition party, Mayor, presidents of the GSEVEE, the Athens Chamber of Tradesmen, representatives of the European Confederation of SMEs, CEO of Piraeus Bank. First of all, I would like to warn you that it's not just a speech, it is a long speech. I offered to cut it in half. Mr. Kavvathas says not. It is the product of a study of the Department of the Bank of Greece, and I am obliged to specify the conclusions. I'm not going to make all references included. You're going to see it on the website of GSEVEE and the Bank of Greece this afternoon. SMEs, first of all, thank you very much for inviting me to attend. SMEs are the key basis of the economy both at national and European level. In Greece in 2022, SMEs were 731,829, accounting for 99.9% of businesses in the non-financial sector, employed 83.5 employees or 2.2 million people, and generated 57% of added value, approximately 35 billion euros. Due to their increased importance in the economic and social fabric, they are pivotal importance and in the dual transition of Greece in a green and digital economy. And Europe figures are more or less the same. They're slightly lower, but more or less the same. You're going to see it in the references. However, SMEs differ amongst them considerably. They are from freelance professionals and micro businesses in services and to medium-sized industrial businesses, and from traditional craft businesses to high-tech startups. The key field of operation of SMEs in Greece, including freelancers, is wholesale and retail trade, followed by professional and technical services, accommodation, construction, and transportation and storage. The share of micro businesses, those employing less than fewer than 10 people in employment, is greater in Greece compared to EU. Specifically, in Greece, 94.5% of businesses are micro and employ 55.8% of employees and generate 30.6% of added value. The greatest presence of micro businesses in Greece can be linked with a large number of self-employed freelance professionals who make up of 30% of employed persons. The extent presence of single person and micro businesses is a main and problematic characteristic, since productivity in these businesses is generally low and lags behind the European average. However, despite of the small size of SMEs considered problematic, in some cases it can be an advantage. For instance, in high-tech activities, the presence of a large number of micro-businesses is expected and useful when these businesses are at the early stage of a scientific and business cycle that allows flexibility with the perspective of growing in the future or connect themselves with other businesses. The more traditional sectors such as retail, tourism, restaurants, bars, culture and entertainment, the presence of small businesses with special characteristics can contribute to quality specialization and offer great value. I forgot to mention the presence of the Deputy Governor of the Bank of Greece. According to a recent study of the European Commission, 69.1% of SMEs in Greece operates in high knowledge intensity services and in high technology manufacturing sectors, accounts for 76.6% of employees and generates 66.3% of added values of SMEs. Consequently, contrary to European average, Greek SMEs operate more in services and manufacturing with low tech and knowledge content, which has a negative impact on productivity of the Greek economy and restricts the possibilities of producing and exporting products and services of high technology and knowledge intensity. Nevertheless, as the European Union states, Greece has taken considerable steps in terms of innovation, encouragement, circular economy, the cost of starting a business and the cost of resolving insolvencies. Well, what are the main challenges that SMEs have in our countries? From early 2020, due to the COVID-19 pandemics and then due to the Russian invasion of Ukraine, SMEs have addressed unprecedented financial uncertainty. Now, moreover, in 21-22, SMEs had great difficulties in hiring new staff to respond to a strong rise in demand, and inflation rates increased drastically, especially in 2022, leading to interest rates spikes, leading to reduced access to financing. Increased energy costs and increased raw materials costs exert further pressure to businesses. The increased SME cost increases the likelihood of them having great delays in paying off their invoices, which combined with the difficult access to financing and increased interest rates can lead to more bankruptcies. Meanwhile, increasing interest rates to curtail the inflation rise limits the expectation for implementation of new investment, especially by SMEs. According to a European Commission study, an increase by 1% of interest rates reduces the likelihood of SMEs having positive investment expectation by 0.83% compared to 0.65% for large companies. Large businesses. The effects on businesses' profitability by the increase of inflation are short-term and medium-term. Inflation reduces profitability because it increases production costs, but then it increases profitability when businesses roll over the cost to consumers. But the ability of businesses to roll over the cost to consumers varies considerably. It depends on their position in the value chain, how flexible is the demand for specific products to price changes, the types of customers, the figure, the size, and the ecosystem where the business belongs to. Key indications show that SMEs are less likely to roll over the cost to the end consumer than large businesses, as a result, leading to the erosion of their profit margins. Along with dealing with extreme financial conditions in recent years, Greek SMEs are faced with additional important challenges that are related with the structural characteristic of the Greek economy and the necessity for green and digital transition. Increased energy costs and lack in know-how, specialization and training of staff are much more visible in Greece SMEs due to their very small size. Because of their small size, Greek SMEs are less likely to be involved in international trade as exporters. According to the European Investment Bank survey in 2022, large businesses are most likely to be both exporters and importers compared to SMEs. The likelihood is 65% to 44%. Red tape, high taxation, and the business environment in general, and regulatory restrictions are great barriers for 54% of businesses compared to 28% in the EU. Digitization of SMEs lags behind the European average based on the DSI index, with 39% of SMEs compared to 55% in the EU having a basic level of digitization and 17% compared to 34% in the EU using cloud services. According to the National Center for Documentation survey, large businesses place special emphasis on digital transformation. 54.4% of large businesses compared to just 39.9% of SMEs consider that digital transformation is a very important growth strategy for their operations. This is due to the fact that small businesses do not easily invest in projects that they're not familiar with, and this is linked to the lack of digital skills amongst executives and staff of SMEs. At the same time, the result of a lack of digital skills in SMEs, they are very vulnerable to cyber threats. Moreover, SMEs are faced with difficulties as regards protecting their investments in research and development due to lack of information for the relevant national and European legislation. The transition speed to Greek economy through decisions adopted at the European scale, for example, electromobility, limits the capability of adapting numerous SMEs in the economy, for example, car workshops. The problem becomes worse due to the small size of Greek businesses and the lack of scale economies so as to implement the required investment and to hire the properly trained staff. According to a survey of the European Investment Bank, large businesses are more likely to have implemented investments or measures to address destruction risk due to climate change compared to SMEs, limit GHG emissions, etc. proposed national European solution focused mostly on making use of European programs with the partial subsidy of actions for green entrepreneurship. However, the requirement for the implementation of these actions is the existence of some minimum equity capital, getting information available in European programs, and having the necessary staff to manage these programs. Moreover, Greek businesses have small dynamism since the rate at which businesses open and close is very low, especially in services sectors for accommodation and restaurants and bars, where the SMEs have a very high shares. This is related to the fact that large part of newly found businesses are still established for survival reasons in the framework of lack of any alternative options. As a result, the share of SMEs that generate innovation and adopt innovations and technologies from abroad in order to maintain their position in the market in Greek business is 43% compared to 50.4% in the European Union. Low dynamism usually reflects limited innovation, low productivity, and a low increase of employment. Greek businesses use internal funds to finance investments to a greater extent than European businesses, 75% compared to 65%, according to EIB figures. This is more so in SMEs compared to large businesses, 81% compared to 70%. Moreover, according to the same EIB survey, the share of businesses that are faced with financing restrictions is 60% in Greece compared to 6.2% in the EU, especially among SMEs. This percentage rises to 19%. Despite improvement in the availability of external financing in 2022, according to the SAFE survey conducted by the European Union and the ECB, Greek SMEs lagging behind the European average in terms of the access to financing, and the problem is very strong in the categories of small and micro businesses. This problem concerns the volume of financing given the difficulty of SMEs to have access to alternative financing beyond banking, and the cost of financing, since the monetary policy, the increase in monetary policy interest rates and the high rate of NPLs, which is recorded in the loan portfolio of SMEs, leads to increased lending costs. Access to financing is very important for SMEs, both to continue operating and to implement investment in R&D, innovation, skills development, and green and digital transformation, as well as taking up exporting activity. Given that the cost of taking up all these actions is very high for a small business, it is of decisive importance to have access to external financing sources, either from the bank or from the capital market. However, in all the development stage, small businesses are faced with greater financing difficulties than big businesses, especially in the case of small businesses and new startups. This can be attributed to many reasons. For example, they don't have a credit history, they do not have security collateral, or investors do not have any information to assess the credit risk that they will take up or the value of their intangible assets. As a result, they are blocked within the obligation to work on a small scale, and as a result, many of them operate in the framework of informal economy, which leads to increased tax evasion. But even in the cases of SMEs that have access to financing, their lending rates are very high in Greece, both in relation to the lending rates of large companies and compared to other EU 27 countries and Euro area countries. Let me just mention that the difference between the the average bank loan interest rates for more than 1 million, which presume that has to do with big businesses, compared to the corresponding interest rates of bank loan beyond 250,000 in the last 2 years, was more than 150 basis points. There is also a lack of knowledge among SMEs around financial issues due to the lack of specialized staff that affect management decisions as regards financing, managing credits, leveraging available European programs, and making future investment. I would like to mention two interventions in support of SMEs, which I believe must be implemented, and these can be set in 4 different areas. First, facilitating access to financing by leveraging national and European financing tools to support bank loans for SMEs. According to Bank of Greece data, large businesses continue to have an advantage as to the amount of loan funds they can draw from the banking system, which is a trend that can be seen in many countries worldwide. Therefore, the bank loans of SMEs could be boosted with further leveraging of national and European financing tools. In recent years, the contribution of financial tools from domestic and international development agencies, such as the European Investment Bank, the European Bank for Reconstruction and Development, the Hellenic Development Bank, to the credit expansion of SMEs was quite important. Let me just stress the Hellenic Development Bank for the past years. Specifically, from 2020 to 2022, approximately half of bank loans to SMEs was supported by European or state support programs, a proportion that was much higher than the respective one for all business. The first half of 2023, disbursements of business loan to SMEs connected to funding tools, like the ones I said, were approximately 600 million euros, representing also almost 25% of new fixed-term loans to SMEs, compared to just 10% for all businesses. I need to stress also the importance of capital strengthening and the recovery of the so-called non-systemic banking in Greece, including cooperative banks, which could have a more active role in SME financing. The second category is the differentiation of financing sources. This differentiation by leveraging capital markets and venture capitals that invest in new high-tech businesses and also private equities that invest in businesses not listed. The crowdfunding, the business angels, and the startup accelerators are a necessary condition to overcome the difficulties of access to financing. As has been pointed out in the SYRIZA report of 2020, this requires improvement of the quality of accounting statements and of corporate governance overall in order to overcome asymmetrical information problems that inhibit the introduction of potentially interested investors. There are many who visit me in our office from Greece and abroad. Moreover, expanding financing with the support of microcredits must be accelerated. The area of microfinancing in Greece has already started, since already 3 institutions have been authorized by the Bank of Greece. As regards the capital financing, the Hellenic Development Bank plays an active role by designing and offering programs, 2 of which are supported by funds of the recovery and resilience mechanism. The Minister mentioned some. Third category is leveraging and better coordinating available European funds. Given the interest rates increase, businessmen should also leverage available funds from European programs. In this framework, domestic businesses are supported by low interest rate loan granted in the framework of the Recovery and Resilience Facility. Let me remind you that the minimum loan interest rates of the RRF for micro and small businesses is still 0.35%, whereas the other businesses from 24 October to 2022, it was 1%. The beneficial financing terms are reflected to demand of SMEs for these loans, since until the start of June, from the total number of investment plans that had been submitted to the loan scale of the National Recovery Resilient Plan Greece 2.0, 61%, namely 260 out of 425, had been submitted by micro, small and medium-sized enterprises. In the same direction, the results of a recent survey of European Investment Banks mentioned that half of active investment plan of SMEs aims at or already leverages RRF funds. Now, apart from the RRF funds, they need to leverage funds from European Structural Funds and InvestEU, which aims at mobilizing private funds to boost private investments. At the same time, we need to review additional actions for supporting SMEs through REPowerEU, the EU Green Incentive Plan, and the proposed European Sovereignty Fund to boost industry. Given, however, that often European funds channeled to SMEs are fragmented, we need to enact a national strategy for SMEs and entrepreneurship, similar to the national industrial strategy, within the framework of which we should include the investment priority of the programming period and the National Recovery and Resilience Fund. This will allow the better coordination of co-financed action during the policy design stage, achieving a maximization of the outcomes of co-financed European programs. Note that assessing the impact of public support programs is key for perfecting their design and assessing their performance. So, apart from the above, given that Greek SMEs on numerous occasions have a lack of adequate knowledge around important financial issues due to lack of specialized staff, it is necessary to implement targeted actions to upgrade the financial training and facilitating access to information on the available financing source for SMEs. The next direction is improving the business environment, restricting administrative loads, etc. Compliance with regulations, standards, and administrative formalities affects SMEs more than large businesses due to the limited financial and human resources they have. As the European Union has demonstrated, on average, a large company spends €1 per employee to comply with the regulatory framework. A medium-sized company spends €4, whereas an SME spends up to €10. Therefore, emphasis should be placed to reducing red tape, with limiting the reporting and data obligations, in assessing the legislative proposals as regards a possible impact on SMEs and reducing administrative load. In this framework, we should examine innovative solutions through what we call the regulatory sandbox. This offered updated information to regulatory and supervisory authority, as well as experience as regards new technology, at the same time making possible the implementation of experimental actions at policy level. Note that certain European member states have already experimented in these measures as regards innovative financial services. Overall, a balanced, simplified, and predictable regulatory and fiscal framework, which includes tax relief measures, especially for cross-border activity, as well as more simple and predictable rules on state aid, will help enhance the competitiveness of SMEs and will offer incentives for investments in green and digital works, the creation of new jobs, as well as increased cooperation between large businesses and SMEs. Meanwhile, facilitating SMEs' actions to markets within and outside the European Union and within a single set of tax rules, eliminating commercial barriers and better information on trade and customs procedures and formalities to third countries, and reduction of administrative costs for exports, as well as enhancing cooperation between businesses in the creation of export value chains or business clusters, will further strengthen the expansion and growth prospects for SMEs. Green and digital transition. Many SMEs have great difficulty in transiting to more sustainable business models. 1/3 of SMEs in the European Union report that they need to process complex administrative and legal procedures in their effort to make their business more efficient in the use of funds. Taking into account the above, we need to have intervention, first of all, to support SMEs with organized and systematic information and training in order SMEs to understand the environmental risk and integrate the logic and the rules of corporate sustainability and transparency. To improve the institutional and legal framework to promote green economy and green entrepreneurship, offers financial support. The measures can include subsidies, tax reliefs, tax credits for SMEs, and improving the connection of SMEs to the financial system. Developing sustainable financing tools that will respond to the needs, particularly of SMEs, is a necessary condition for the fair green transition and sustainable and inclusive development. Public funds must also be channeled to support the use of digital technologies such as blockchain technology and AI, cloud, and high-performance computing, as they can offer great opportunities to SMEs, opportunities to improve the efficiencies of their production procedures and the innovation ability as regards products and business models, and strengthen their competitiveness and contribute to their growth. In this framework, emphasis should also be placed in research and development projects amongst universities, public research agencies and private businesses, but also facilitate the dissemination of knowledge from academia to business. At the same time, measures are needed to protect the investments of SMEs in R&D. In this framework, we need simplification of the procedures to register intellectual property, facilitate access to strategic consultation, strategic advice on international property issues, and facilitating the use of intellectual property as a leverage for access to financing. At the same time, we need actions to enhance social entrepreneurship of SMEs, namely the support of social integration and financial advancement of people coming from vulnerable groups of the population, as well as innovation and incentives at national and European level to help further SMEs to hire, train and retain specialized labor and staff, and overall upgrade the skills of SMEs and businessmen. Finally, combat payment delays. With the pandemics and the increasing cost of energy and raw material, the number of invoices paid in arrears is increasing. Despite the relevant directive of the EU, less than 40% of payments in the EU, either from public authorities or from businesses, are made within the contractual deadline. Payment detail endanger the liquidity of SMEs and sometimes even their existence. Moreover, payment delays hamper SMEs from investment, from promoting their green and digital transformation and hire more employees. Consequently, we need a stronger framework which will leverage digital tools and which would potentially include setting maximum number of arrears for payment between businesses, just like in the case of public sector, enacting greater sanctions and monitoring obligations, offering to SMEs effective tools to resolve disputes and alternative mediation mechanisms, averting abuse and unfair practices. To conclude, I would like to note that the development of Greek economy goes hand in hand with the development and prosperity of SMEs. The effort for green and digital transition in a new growth standard focusing on entrepreneurship and extroversion requires supporting SMEs with new national and European initiatives, the outline of which I tried to describe in my speech today. Top priority is leveraging available European funds, especially those related to the Recovery and Resilience Facility to boost investments in human capital, green energy and digital technologies. In the framework of European actions, it's necessary to implement the proposal of the European Committee for the creation of an SME release package. Thank you very much.
Συγγνώμη για την ταλαιπωρία.
We thank Mr. Stournaras. Let me now call Mr. Christos Megalou, CEO of the Piraeus Bank, to take the floor. Madam Minister, representative of the opposition, Governor of the Bank of Greece, President of the Hellenic Confederation of Professionals, Craftsmen and Merchants, dear President of the Athens Chamber of Tradesmen, Mr. President of the European Confederation of SMEs, ladies and gentlemen. Over the past days, we all became witnesses of the major consequences of climate change at all levels of entrepreneurial and social life. Adverse weather conditions, extreme weather conditions, have a major impact both on the daily lives of the citizens and on the daily lives of businesses. The Bank of Piraeus aims at providing support to reduce this huge impact on the daily lives of the citizens. In the short term, we commit to offer the totality of our services and products in order to support businesses. And this is what we did also with the donation to deal with floods in the region of Thessaly. In the long run, our aim is to act as a catalyst in the transition towards an economy free of CO2 emissions, an economy protecting the environment and contributing to the tackling of climate change. So with such principles as our guide, the support of SMEs is, for us, at the Piraeus Bank of pivotal importance because SMEs constitute the backbone of the Greek economy. More than 400,000 small businesses and professionals have trusted the Piraeus Bank for their transactions. And more than 30,000 have been financed by the bank. So within this framework, 6 months ago, the Piraeus Bank signed a protocol of understanding with the Institute of Small Enterprises of GSEVEE, aiming at supporting the activities of SMEs to support their possibility to access the banking system and to utilize the possibilities offered by the totality of funding programs and actions. We are particularly happy for this collaboration, given that it constitutes a cornerstone amongst the plethora of activities undertaken by us in the field of funding and also in the field of utilizing programs that meet their needs more effectively. Funding SMEs while laying emphasis on their energy transition is one of our principal activities and objectives. In the first semester of 2023, Piraeus Bank disbursed loans amounting to 210 million euros to SMEs in collaboration with the Greek Development Bank, and to date, Piraeus Bank has financed through the Recovery Fund investments amounting to 550 million euros. Let me say that 42 out of the 65 contracts that we have signed are about SMEs within the framework of this Recovery Fund. And since the beginning of 2023, we have had a share in loan disbursements amounting to 39%, and the Governor of the Bank of Greece touched upon this issue and spoke about the numbers since the beginning of this year, 600 million approximately. This effort will be strengthened further in the future if we are able to utilize all European public funds, which amount to 60 billion euros, 26 coming from the NSRF, 32 from the Recovery Fund, in order to support the transition of the Greek economy and of the Greek businesses into a new, modern, extrovert and dynamic productive model. This is indeed an opportunity for our country that should be utilized fully, and therefore all productive factors and the bank system should join forces in order to fully utilize such funding tools. The Piraeus Bank commits to achieving such an objective. The SMEs operating in the Greek market will need to lay emphasis on modernizing themselves and on undertaking initiatives aiming at guaranteeing their sustainability in the future, integrating new technologies in their productive processes and their daily operations, as well as the adoption of the necessary tools to help their digital transition are imperatives. This is the only way for them to accelerate their adaptation to the new, modern, digital and Greek model of operation, and this is the only way for them to acquire a comparative edge in the internationalized milieu they are operating. Within this framework, the role of banks acquires even higher importance. The provision of an integrated support to businesses for them to invest in clean technologies through specialized funding tools and consulting tools is a challenge for the European bank system. At the same time, businesses need to adapt to the new model of sustainable development and energy saving, which will allow them to strengthen their competition capacity and reduce their operational and investment costs, especially for Greece. Rather, Greek businesses will need to invest significantly, amounting to 150 billion euros by 2050 to eliminate CO2 emissions. We, at the Piraeus Bank, acting over the past 2 decades, we have always supported green and digital economy through a series of actions and products adapted to the needs of the green actions and of all green investments. By following the needs of the businesses of our country and by promoting actively their transformation, we have shaped the biggest bank portfolio in Greece, portfolio of investments in renewable energy sources. Our active portfolio exceeds 2.1 million of grants, with an installed capacity exceeding 2 gigawatts, whereas the support on green investment is also proven by the green bond that was issued by Piraeus Bank at the end of 2021, amounting to 500 million euros. This bond was absorbed fully and was completed within 1 year and a half, supporting 722 projects of 746 megawatts. Now, recognizing that environmental and social issues are extremely demanding for businesses, we have integrated the necessary criteria in the assessment of credit risk assessment of all our clients. The new entrepreneurial milieu, where European rules and regulations impose on European businesses a transparent and extensive registration of all the impact on the environment, the climate and society, obliges the banks to abide by such rules and support their clients. Lastly, climate change and its consequences are a major source of apprehension for the whole world, and this was proven by a recent study of the Eurobarometer. According to this study, 33% of the Europeans believe that climate change is a huge problem for the planet. In Piraeus Bank, we believe that climate risks are in the very heart of a series of actions aiming at promoting certain processes and products for the bank to adapt to the new requirements, to the new needs, and therefore we support the energy transition of our clients. To achieve this objective, we lay emphasis on investments with low CO2 emissions, and we guide businesses to prevent the impact of climate change through a project, through a plan, through an energy transition plan, which is a documented commercial action plan aiming at funding with an amount of 5 billion euros by 2025. We have a plan, we have the know-how, we have the capital sufficiency, and we stand by the side of all businessmen planning their next steps with experts helping them to choose the necessary, the appropriate tools. I'm very, very happy to see among you many representatives of Piraeus Bank. Thank you very much for inviting us to participate, and we want to stand by your side throughout your endeavor. Our main objective is to fund sustainable entrepreneurial plans with competitive and specialized funding tools, through which we will help SMEs deal with the challenges in the market and be prepared for the next day. We, as Piraeus Bank, pledge to achieve this objective. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Mr. Megalou. And I would like to ask for the floor Mr. Petri Salminen, the President of SMEunited.
Thank you, and let me start by congratulating all the previous speakers for your fantastic speeches. Dear Presidents, dear Governor, dear CEO of Piraeus Bank, thank you for having me here. Since you also made my wife hugely envious to me, and that's a good ground to come home for a weekend. My wife happens to be a huge fan of Greece, and when I told her that I'm gonna visit Athens, she was somewhat jealous, but also very happy for me, and let me say that she should be. It's been fantastic to be here. We've heard magnificent speeches and figures about the value, about the significance of the SMEs in Europe and in Greece. Myself, I carry three hats, basically, being a president of the SMEunited at the European level, being a president at the National Entrepreneurs Organization in Finland, and also being an entrepreneur, self-employed in my consultant company and an employer in our family-owned metal industry company. And those figures, they sounded quite familiar to me. And also the topic of the European conference, the challenge, small enterprises' challenges in changing environment, economic environment, is quite timely and spot on. But there's one thing that I want to say in the middle of all of these challenges. First of all, entrepreneurship is all about living in uncertainty. Well, boy, how we got that soup enough for during the last few years. But also, entrepreneurship, SMEs, although in the middle of challenges, are not the problem. Actually, the SMEs are the solution. And to that note, I want to look the current status and development of Europe with you. At the SMEunited, we've advocated strongly to provide relief to small companies in Europe. And luckily last week, Commission finally published its SME relief package. We already heard a few portions of it in previous speeches. And as you might know, the SME relief package is a bundle of measures to give breathing space to entrepreneurs. And today I would like to highlight 3 elements which are the most important ones in my opinion, because they tackle some of the biggest challenges SMEs are currently facing. Firstly, the package includes a proposal to combat late payment, which Governor also mentioned. The Commission finally acts to tackle unfair trading practices and limit payment periods. They present a maximum 30-day payment period for governments and business. This should support cash flow and increase the capacity of SMEs to invest in their business, amongst others, for the twin transition. This is even more needed in times in which financing costs are soaring along with practically all other costs. SMEunited welcomes this proposal to put abusive payment practices to an end. We've seen that over 60% of businesses in the EU are paid later than the contractual terms, and SMEs are much more affected. Another study from Spain showed that 75% of SMEs reported that the contractual terms they have with large companies exceed the legal time frame, and we are seeing the same development in Finland as well. And in Italy last year, the trade debt of the public administration was 2.9% of GDP. So it's really the vast majority of SMEs that is negatively affected in many ways from other business as well as from the public authorities. Late payments, as we've heard, reduce cash flow and effectively hamper the business opportunities of SMEs. Whether that prevents entrepreneurs to invest in the necessary renovations or in innovations, SMEs' competitiveness is suffering from late payments. This situation is particularly dangerous when financing options are costly. For that reason, new legislation with commitment was needed. Setting a ceiling for the allowed time to conduct payment creates a safer business environment. Below that ceiling, contractual arrangements are possible, and also member states are allowed to set stricter rules. SMEunited will advocate to allow for sectoral derogations where appropriate. Secondly, Commission also proposed to improve the regulatory environment for SMEs. And that has a huge significance for us entrepreneurs, as everyone knows. Well, for example, in Finland, micro enterprise has a turnover approximately 300,000 euros per year. That 300,000 euros has to cover all the expenses, all the investments, all the pay that entrepreneur pays to their staff. So, if we are creating more and more red tape, if we are creating more and more reporting requirements or investments, obligatory investments for SMEs, it all has to come from that 300,000 euros per year. And if the administrative burden and the cost burden are too high, we all know that it's impossible for entrepreneur to run his or her business. Therefore, the new legislation must take account of the existing situation and the cumulative burden that SMEs are already facing. Therefore, we can only agree with the Commission on their intention to continue working on the one-in, one-out principle, applying an SME test and ensuring longer transition periods for SMEs. All of these proposals are helpful to SMEs and necessary, and they need to be implemented on a wider scale than currently. Plans to reduce reporting obligations by 25% and to systemically assess the administrative burden on businesses are important steps for which SMEunited advocates already for years. We are eager to hear more about what these final plans entail. Finally, I want to cover a topic of skills. High on our agenda as entrepreneur to find the right staff, and mentioned in the SME relief package as well in President von der Leyen's State of the Union speech last week. The current tightness of the labour market strongly impacts SMEs' growth and competitiveness. We therefore advocate for three main measures for an increased supply of skilled labour. Updating education and training content. It is perhaps obvious that we need to ensure that the education and training offers reflect the skills required for jobs in the market. But developing content is also important to offer trainings that convince people to invest in their skills to improve their employment and career chances. And two, targeted active labour market policies. Upskilling is also about convincing people that an investment in education and training pays off, and reskilling is about adapting. In a changing world, adapting is inevitable. We need to have attractive offerings in place for adapting skills to new possibilities. But the truth is that we will need a mix of different measures that go far beyond that to exploit the untapped labour potentially, especially women and youth, and keep older workers longer in the labour market. And thirdly, fostering labour mobility in Europe and creating tailored legal economic migration of skilled labour fit for future. It will contribute to support SMEs as long as the skills and qualification of the third country nationals correspond to the labour market needs. For that, we need to brand Europe as a good place to work for international talents and be more proactive and transparent about where our skills needs lie. Dear participants, we are living in exceptional times, and those question marks that have been above us still remain in the future as well. But I stand here by confidence, since at the very heart of entrepreneurship is to change current status, is to innovate, and is to find paths and solutions to challenges and problems lying above us. And I do trust in entrepreneurs, if only we allow entrepreneurs to be entrepreneurs if only we allow entrepreneurs to take the risk that belongs to entrepreneurship. Entrepreneurs don't want that much freedom, possibility to succeed, and breathing space within a regulatory environment. Dear audience, thank you for this opportunity.
Λοιπόν, οι περισσότεροι από εσάς αναφερθήκατε στο πώς
most of you have spoken about ways to fund in an easier and quicker way businesses, and this is the subject of our next session. Let me give the floor to my colleague, Mrs. Christina Vidou, who is a journalist.
Να σας πω κάτι, δεν παίζετε τίμια, γιατί είμαστε εμείς εδώ με όλα τα φώτα απέναντί μας, έχουμε τυφλωθεί, εσείς είσαστε μια χαρά άνετοι και εμείς τιμμένουμε. Είναι η πιο αμήχανη στιγμή, νομίζω αυτό.
So, I think we are ready to resume. Gradually, the rest of the guests will join us. So I listened very carefully to everything that has been said, and I have kept some words. Uncertainty, challenges, cost, consequences, delays, increased interest rates, restrictions, and words that appear in our daily lives. We're going to talk about funding of SMEs. This is a timeless issue. This is an issue affecting all SMEs, and funding is of paramount importance for SMEs, for them to be able to grow, to offer jobs and expand. This is what we will be talking about in this session. I have distinguished guests around me, and I'd like to take this opportunity to once again thank the two presidents of the Chambers of Athens and the Confederation of Athens that have honored me with their choice of myself as a moderator of this session. Unfortunately, the microphone is not working perfectly, so the voice of the moderator keeps breaking. Let us hope that this problem will soon be fixed. So our speakers of this panel, Mrs. Zoe Paschalidi, CFA European Bank for Reconstruction and Development, Timotheos Rekas, Deputy Director for Entrepreneurship and SMEs, the General Secretariat of Industry, Mr. Georgios and Mrs. Chairman and CEO of the Hellenic Development Bank, and Mrs. Vasiliki Apoustidou, Unit D for State Aid Financial Institutions. Mr. Georgios Zavos, Chairman and CEO of the Hellenic Development Bank, now has the floor. Thank you very much, Mrs. Vidou. Mr. President of GSEVEE, dear Mr. Kavvathas, dear President of the Athens Chamber of Tradesmen, Mr. Chatzitheodosiou, ladies and gentlemen, dear guests, let me thank you for the invitation to participate in today's European conference. I'd like to take this opportunity to congratulate the two presidents on this initiative, organizing this conference in an era that is very, very critical for Greece and for the Greek society. The Greek economy, on one side, is upgrading itself and it acquires reliability and it grows with galloping pace, but at the same time it transforms and modernizes its entrepreneurial world. On the other hand, however, we have been faced with extreme, unprecedented weather conditions, the unprecedented Daniel storm and the destructive wildfires of the summer, which create a very complex environment for our everyday life. So within these adverse conditions and with the increase of inflation and interest rates and with the geopolitical challenges and the energy crisis, all such factors influence our national economy, and there lies a question: what needs to be our target, the target of the Hellenic Development Bank, which is the only development bank of the country. The bank goes along hand with the national development planning for the transition of the economic model and the protection of our environment. Our aim is to increase the access of businesses and mainly SMEs to funding tools in order to bridge the gaps of the markets and create new markets. The HDB acts as a multiplying mechanism to attract national and European funds and private funds through the funding programs of co-investment, loans and guarantees. For every euro of public funds provided by the bank, we place in the financial market a funding of €3 because of the additional participation of the private sector. And so the role of the HDB is of paramount importance, because through targeted interventions we contribute to the reduction of the cost of money and to a more just and balanced allocation of financial sources and funds. So, which are the pillars of our activities? Allow me to touch upon four issues. The support of the efforts of the government to relieve those affected by the recent calamities in Thessaly and for the recovery of the economy. So, in collaboration with the competent Ministry of Finance, we are preparing the appropriate tools that are adapted to a situation that reminds us of the World War era. The data provided by the Ministry of Finance show that damages exceed €1 billion. So without further ado, the HDB readjusts in collaboration with the competent minister the characteristics of its funding tools so that such tools will rise to the task and cover the needs as they have been shaped. But to do so, it was crucial to have the guarantee of the Prime Minister in his participation in Strasbourg recently, where the funds have been found, funds that couldn't have been used for the affected people in the past. So there are currently 250 million euros that would have been lost through the MSRF, but now they're going to cover projects that are necessary. And then there is a flexibility for the recovery fund to redirect funds from the new NSRF of the new programming period with eligible projects amounting to 1.5 billion euros. The HDB has an experience stemming from the previous pandemic, because as you will remember, in that difficult period, its funding projects contributed greatly to support the financial operation of all businesses, and especially the SMEs, to retain jobs and to avoid a recession. Today, conditions are different, but are equally critical. The second pillar of our activities has to do with the broadening, the enlargement of the cycle of solvent SMEs, which are approximately 40,000. The Prime Minister said that we're going to broaden this cycle by adding 60,000 more such businesses. A central access of the new funding tools for 2023 are the co-financed loans with a percentage of funding with no interest by 40%. How do we enlarge this cycle of solvent businesses and loan takers on the basis of specific criteria, tools and instruments comprising the KYC, which gives digital access to the bank system and the bank network. However, in order to reach this point, in order to be able today to talk about possibilities for credit enlargement, we have had to experience some stone years, some very rigid years where we had the non-performing loans as well. And in order to reach a virtuous circle in our economy, we had a reform of the financing system, within which in less than 2 years we reduced by 70 billion euros the balance sheets of the banks vis-à-vis non-performing loans. This is a major achievement, and this is a very important thing to state. This is the main reason why Greece ranks now more positively in terms of investment possibilities, and this is why it is now possible to extend the cycle of solvent businesses. I remember the debates we held back in the Hellenic Parliament back in the era of pandemic. I remember the law for microcredits, which was a claim advanced by the SMEs, and I believe that this law continues to constitute a very important framework which needs to be improved, but we also need to enlarge it and extend it rather, because Greece needs microcredits. A third objective of the HDB is the reconstruction and the transition into digital and green economy of all businesses. Allow me to touch upon some figures rapidly. During 2020-2023, we approved more than 44,700 new loans, amounting to 9.2 billion euros. In the market, we have 9 programs, which would be nice to talk about. Out of those 9 programs or projects, I will touch upon 3, which are the most popular ones, and they have been very, very successful. I am talking about the liquidity fund, where we have an increase of funds with 2,000 new loans amounted to 700 million euros. This is the liquidity co-financing loans with new enterprises. Then the fund of small loans of rural enterprises. This is similar to microcredit. Then the one that is called Spitimo, my home, where we had an increase of funds by 100%. So we plan smart projects which are able to help businessmen, entrepreneurs rather. The Fund of Innovation, which provides the opportunity for a loan up to 400,000 euros. If a person receives a loan of 100,000 euros and then fulfills certain criteria of innovation, having spent 20% of the loan in innovation, then this person can win 15% of the remaining capital. And if sustainability criteria are met, the results are even better. So just think, a loan of 100,000 euros, 20% goes back as a bonus to this person. And this is a very important thing, because this reduces the cost of financing businesses in general. Then another objective of paramount importance for us is the acquisition of the pillar assessment, the assessment pillar, which is a certification we have applied for, and we are trying to acquire it, because when we acquire it, when we will achieve this objective, we will be the first Greek Hellenic funding organization which will have direct access to European funds, and then we will bring them here as products. And then we will have an immediate access to the funds of the European Union that are destined for non-member states. So we will be able to enter the Balkans, the broader Mediterranean, or the reconstruction of Ukraine. Some final words on my part. We are here very happy to be here. We responded to your invitation positively, not only to inform you of our projects and of our work, but in order to hear from you and to learn, to hear your observations, for us to try to create cooperation with you, a framework of cooperation with you. Climate change triggers the biggest economic upheaval. It creates huge perils, but also huge opportunities. Our country is in the very heart of this climatic change, and we need to protect it by creating a resilient ecosystem. And our bank enters this new era of economy, which is characterized by financial and geopolitical crises and reforms and upheavals. Our economy, this new economy, needs a new financing and credit system able to cover the needs created by the new era. The axis that will determine every financial and entrepreneurial action will be determined by the climate change and will need to aim at green transition. So in this era, the HDB is called upon to become the par excellence green bank of our country, playing a crucial role to fund the needs of SMEs and to strengthen fair competition, which is at the very heart of the productive tissue of our fabric of our country. By implementing a development strategy and growth strategy adopted by our government. Thank you very much for your attention.
Mr. President, I would like to do if you don't mind, because I know you are very busy. Yes, especially these days, and I don't know if you'll be able to be with us until the end of this session. I'd like to ask some questions. I would like to point out two points. You talked about post-war period. You made some references. I would like to ask about the role specifically of the HDB. What are the tools, new, old tools, instruments that you can make available to SMEs?
Ξέρω ότι ο κύριος Καββαθάς και ο κύριος Chatzitheodosiou πήγαν εκεί, είδαν, μίλησαν, ξέρουν την εικόνα, την έχουν πάρα πολύ καλά.
Well, let me say this from the very first moment when we had this very difficult and unfavorable weather events, adverse weather events in the previous 2 weeks, and after the speech of the Prime Minister in Thessaloniki during the Thessaloniki International Fair, we have started elaborating the instruments that can be used in order to cover the immediate and medium-term needs of the regions that were affected by the storm and the business that were affected by the storm. I can't go into specific details about that, but consider tools, instruments that we used during the COVID period, the COVID crisis. So then we are also considering some other instruments to be developed. And talking about the COVID period, let me just say that during that period we had a very, very important footprint of the presence of the Greek Development Bank. As you well know, the Hellenic Development Bank gets its funds from European funds coming from the European Investment Bank, from the European funds, especially the partnership agreement, and it can also leverage funds from the private sector. These funds are turned to financing instruments that help SMEs, and for example, we had a very positive footprint in maintaining more than 300 jobs. We had the creation of 19,000 new jobs with the loans that we extended during the COVID period. And as you can understand, funds that are there, funds that are coming in will be used according to our designs in order to be channeled as quickly as possible to the areas that are in need. Let me also say that Using various instruments, we can, or rather, let me give you an example, which was a typical example of a critical crisis period for the Western Macedonia, where we created a specific fund for development of Western Macedonia, which was very successful, and the absorption rate was almost 100%. We have similar plans ready, and that will be finalized and will be provided at the disposal of the affected parties. Let me also say that meanwhile we are moving ahead with all the instruments that I described earlier, the 9 funds that are available now, and we are also planning some other programs. So we are now at a stage we can't disclose everything, but very quickly we will be able to make announcements, and we'll work very closely with the competent ministries, and at some point these tools will be we will provide specific details about that. Yes, we've done the mapping of needs. We know what loans have been extended in those regions, and I think we have covered a lot of ground.
Αναφερθήκατε και θα ζητήσω και γι' αυτό περισσότερες λεπτομέρειες στη διεύρυνση. Μιλήσατε για τη διεύρυνση του κύκλου των χρηματοδοτούμενων μικρομεσαίων επιχειρήσεων. Αυτό επίσης να πάει.
You've also spoken about expanding the loans and support to SMEs. I would like you to elaborate a little bit on that. How does the HDB can contribute in this direction? So, I've already mentioned some financing mechanism and subsidies. I mentioned the KYC mechanism. KYC is a platform which allows interested party and a very simple procedure to express an interest with just one application, and if they are eligible, if they don't owe money to the tax authorities or the social funds, and they can submit an application for any instruments, and this is available to all banks. This tool has worked very well so far, and I'm going to give you some figures that I have at my disposal. That within 6 months, there were more than 3 billion worth of financing applications by thousands of enterprises. 12,000 businesses got a positive response, but, and this is a message to the market, approximately 20% of the businesses does not have a tax clearance certificate. And let me make a reminder, as the Minister of Finance said, help us to help you. You can't have everything your way. It is an effort that needs to be made by all sides. Furthermore, another thing is up to you, the entrepreneurs. You remember, Mr. Chatzitheodosiou, you remember in March 2020, you told me, and you asked, and in 2 months we enacted for the first time the law for microcredits. This law must become a reality. Consider again the role that you, the chambers, can play. What is it that you need? What improvements can be made? But it is a critical moment now to go ahead hand by hand and help SMEs. The resources, the funds are there, but we need to have all the capabilities. Again, I'm referring to the program that I noted earlier. Consider this new innovation fund. You get 100,000 for 2 years, and in 3 years 20,000 comes back to you. This is a huge incentive for you. And moreover, Let me say that the Hellenic Development Bank does not only give financing, but it has non-financing mechanisms as well. We have developed a very important scorecard whereby we can assess, we can measure the level of innovation of enterprises, of businesses, and accordingly these businesses can receive financing based on that. So, we are at a stage where we also can measure our impact. So far, this impact is rather good. I mentioned earlier 45,000 loans that we've extended in 3 years with interest rates at 9.2%. We have supported many SMEs, since 75% of approved loans go to loans with up to 10 employees, whereas 81% of go to businesses with a turnover up to 2 million. Positive impact on GDP of 7.7, and I spoke of the positive footprint on approximately 306,000 jobs. I will pause there. I would like to say that we've traveled a long way, but we have a lot of hard work ahead of us. That's why we spoke of a dynamic partnership with the two sides, and you will understand that the Hellenic Development Bank is an all-weather instrument. Thank you very much, Mr. President. Unfortunately, we don't have a long time, but later on you can meet with them. Yes. Thank you, Mr. President. Good afternoon, and thank you very much for the honor and the invitation to have the European Commission DG Comp represented here to this very well organized European conference. I'm very impressed by the presentation thus far and wanted to make my own contribution as to what DG Comp does and can do in order to support SMEs across Europe. The viewpoint that I will use to complement the previous presentation is state aid and to what extent state aid facilitates the financing of SMEs. As is well done, I'm just repeating this. The Convention for the Operation, the Treaty for the Operation of European Union has a general prohibition for state aid, but aid in support of some policy objective can be compatible with the single market. It also imposes member states to notify the European Commission for any state aid and apply it after approval of the Commission. The purpose is to ensure equal terms of competition within the European Union between member states. By controlling state aids, the companies of member states with deeper pockets cannot receive state aid without limits, because this would create unfair competition within the single market with regard to the businesses of other member states, and at the end of the day would also hurt end consumers. So the rules recognize the problems that have already been mentioned extensively. They recognize the market insufficiency problems, and public intervention can aim at correcting these inadequacies so as to improve the efficiency of the economy, provided that the benefits of public intervention are higher than the cost of this intervention. So there are some failures that I would like to focus on. The asymmetrical information that has already been mentioned, because it's true that SMEs have great difficulty with regard to the fact that they cannot find investors in the market, since they themselves know their prospects, are very well informed of the prospects, but investors are not. And the financial markets will either ask for collateral or will make an investment after a due diligence, which is very expensive. And at the end of the day, maybe nothing will come of it. So new businesses or businesses that do not have a long history or have inadequate collateral security are left out of the market.
Ο εξουσιοδοτικός όπως κανονισμός της Επιτροπής για κρατικές ενισχύσεις επιτρέπει στην Επιτροπή ορισμένες κατηγορίες
regulation allows for some aid that are not subject to the notification obligations and prior approval by the Commission. This is a simplification of the procedure that enables member states to operate more freely and support their SMEs. The various options to support SMEs include the de minimis aids that do not need to be notified, where the member states can pay up to 200,000 undertaken over a period of 3 fiscal years, as the compatible not notified aid under the general block exemption regulation, and is the compatible notified aid following a Commission decisions which are based on the RFG or the TCTF. And in this case, there is almost always a positive response. The block exemption regulation has enabled member states to apply immediately and with full security of the law a full spectrum of state aid without prior approval, because they cannot hurt the competition. It aims at facilitating the rules and expanding their scope, specifically for aids to finance business risk. In 2022-2023, there was a clarification and rationalization of the rules, both under the GBER and the revised guidelines. Let me be a bit more specific about the General Block Exemption Regulation, which is the main instrument that member states are using through two approaches. There are articles that, dedicated articles specific to financial instruments without qualification of the aid amount. And there are others that are non-dedicated articles, more general articles, where member states can provide an aid through a financial instrument if they can quantify the aids, and for this quantification the member state can use either the guarantee notice or the reference rate communication, and the aid can be included at the financial intermediary or co-investor level. These articles are the regional development aid, whereas in the first example include the articles for the business risk financing. As regards the last one, risk finance aids to SMEs, many member states use this model which is also makes up more of 95% of state aids provided to support SMEs. The key condition or limit that exists is that these concerns these are only for schemes are implemented and not implemented through a financial intermediary. There is no, let's say, there's no preliminary audit if the maximum investment cap per company is 16.5 million for unlisted early stage SMEs. That's 10 years registered company, or up to 7 years from the first sale, or up to 2,000 euros, which is up to the de minimis aid for all other SMEs. And there is also a co-investment obligation by independent private investors, which is scaled depending on the risk profile of SMEs. The next very frequently used legal basis is used by member states are the aid for startups. The eligible undertaken are unlisted small enterprises up to 5 years following their registration or start of economic activity. And there are various possibilities that are not under the audit of the Commission, either for loans. You see loans up to 1.1 million, unless it's in support areas in the regional policy, for example, where the amount is higher. Also, these can include guarantees, grants, equity investments, and tax incentives. And all these amounts can double if the aid concerns small and innovative enterprises. I will refer to a very recent addition to legislation that has to do with the ability of member states to enhance to support the transfer of intellectual property or the grant of the related access rights by a research organization which developed this underlying rights to small innovative businesses which will provide a new product or a new service in the market with an aid amount up to 1 million euros. This also complements something that was said earlier for the need to link the production of intellectual property in academia with startups that want to bring something new to the market. More rare but equally important for some member states, some cases, is the aid that can be given to alternative trading platforms specialized in SMEs, providing an aid either to the platform itself or to the investors investing through this platform into SMEs. And finally, there is also the aid for scouting costs, which can finance up to 50% of eligible costs, initial screening and formal due diligence by managers of financial intermediaries. It's already been mentioned that apart from the national funds, there are also European funds available, and especially the InvestEU fund, which for the first time provides a guarantee from directly from the European budget to the banks that implement this program, especially the European Investment Bank and the European Investment Fund, and many other national development banks, for which there were two specific articles for SMEs that enable SMEs to get financing up to 16.5 million euros if they meet the conditions mentioned earlier, that it's a new company or innovative company or a company investing in a new economic activity, or even without any requirement, up to 2.2 million euros if they're just a small and medium-sized enterprise. There is also the last possibility through InvestEU that concerns only SMEs when the financing instrument is through commercial banks that retain 20% of the risk and have been selected in an open, transparent, non-discriminatory way. And the SMEs can get up to 8.25 million euros per beneficiary. All these are instruments available in the hands of the member states and the SMEs. If a member states that for another reason wants to design another financing instrument that will offer support or financing to a larger group of potential eligible companies, or wants to provide tax incentives for independent corporate investors and not just a natural person, wants to have a lower private co-investment, this is also possible, but in this case there is going to be, this plan will have to be notified by the member state with a prior ex-ante assessment of the adequacy and how this will be addressed. And the Commission has published for many years its guidelines clearly showing what can be easily accepted as without causing any problems to the competition in the single market. I will be very briefly, to close, discuss the temporary crisis and transition framework. We all know that we are living in a extended period of consecutive crises, which started, this temporary framework started as a means to address the crisis of the pandemic, and then continued to help businesses that were affected by the Russian invasion of Ukraine and the ensuing energy crisis, and of course the spike of inflation. Now, this framework from COVID until now has enabled member states, after notification, but with very easy and standard procedures, to provide either limited amounts of aid very easily or offer liquidity support in form of loans and guarantees, or provide aid for additional cost to exceptionally severe increases in natural gas and electricity price, aid for accelerating the rollout of renewable energies, aid for decarbonization of industrial production processes, aid for additional reduction of electricity consumption, and strategic investment for transition to net zero. Most of these measures expire this year, although the Commission has asked the member states to submit their views on whether these should be extended or not, these measures should be extended or not. And what you see in grey, anything that has to do with renewables, the decarbonization of industry and strategic investment, this will continue until the end of 2025. Through this state aid framework, the Commission wants to help member states and provide a framework, a clear framework, and enable member states to apply measures to support green and digital transition without prior notification and approval. Therefore, member states can quickly and easily issue financing without causing unjustified distortions in the market. I will close with the commitment of President von der Leyen last week, where she spoke of the need the urgent need to facilitate business activity of SMEs. We are always open to discuss. We are trying to contribute to improving the access of SMEs to financing. Thank you very much for your attention. Okay, now we'll give the floor to the next speaker, Mr. Rekas. And then we'll have a more clear picture. We can have a discussion. Mr. Rekas, you have the floor. Good afternoon. I would like to particularly thank the organizers of this conference, Mr. Kavvathas and Mr. Chatzitheodosiou. It's a great pleasure for me to be here in this conference as Deputy Head of Entrepreneurship and SMEs, the General Secretary for the Industry. We have cooperation with the chambers as regards the financing tools. We have also had participation in the development of various financing tools. I won't talk so much because we've heard a lot about the size of SMEs. This is the definition of SMEs by the European Commission in 2003, 20 years ago, had a horizontal definition of SMEs with the thresholds we see here, separating it in micro, small and medium size with two key criteria, employment and turnover. Contrary to that, contrary to the US, where the definition depends on the industry and sector. It's a different approach. I wanted to discuss more the strategy for SMEs, the European Union. We are a member states with a history in the European Union since 1980. This is the main framework that we could say describes the strategy. The first is the SBA, the Small Business Act, and it has 10 axes. First of all, the access to, one of them is the access to financing, which is the scope of this session, and other issues have to do with facilitating access to public procurement, simplification of processes, reduction of red tape costs for SMEs. Every year, the Commission measures the SBA using the SME performance review, and all this is published at the website. And we see the performance of member states every year. A key framework is the strategy for small and medium-sized enterprises, and as to where this is in conjunction with the new industrial strategy of the Commission. And also another very important is the SME relief package. We heard beforehand, the president of SMEunited, and the SME relief package was announced, there was communication 10 days ago. There are three main pillars. The first is the intention of the European Commission to have a regulation regulating the late payments. The late payments cause great problems, and one of the problems is that with late payments doesn't allow SMEs to go ahead with investments. A second part of the SME relief package is the issuance and the submission of a directive proposal of the European Commission as regards the facilitation of the taxation system for SMEs. And the third package of the SME relief package is a set of measures for facilitating access to financing, and it has to do with also the skills for SME staff and for SME management, and a mixture of other support. And second framework where public policies for SMEs are developed in the European Commission is the competition policy that has already been mentioned. In essence, this sets out the framework of state aid intervention that are compatible with a single market and competition, where we have all the state aid rules that were mentioned earlier, especially the general block exemption regulation, and the various aids that are developed per programming period, and also the framework of the de minimis aid. A third pillar of the European policy, the regional policy, and that's where we have the European structural funds and the aid provided through the cohesion policy of the European Union. I would like to stress that this is a policy that is shaped in the framework of the fact that the European Union is a sui generis organization that requires the cooperation of all member states and a system of multi-level governance that is based on a partnership. And this is a partnership that where the policy of the European Union relies. These are various figures that many people have discussed. This is figures based on the latest report of the SBA for Greece. Let me just point out that the figures here do not include the private, the farming sector, excuse me, and fishing, the businesses from fishing and farming sectors. Let me just say that we give you some structural information regarding the structure. Has to do with the number of the size, the number of employees. 80% regarding 80% of these businesses. These are SMEs in commerce and services. 8.5% in manufacturing. Employment 87% is in services and commerce. We also have increased participation of manufacturing 40%, and as regards added value, the contribution of SMEs is 68% from services and commerce, and we have increased also participation of manufacturing at 19%. Another point to mention is the contribution of micro enterprises up to 10 employees as regards They have a great contribution in added value and in the number of employees. Let's talk about financing. I'm going to give you some conclusions about Greece. According to the SAFE report that is published twice a year by the European Commission with the ECB, for Greece, it is a survey that's based on a field survey, a number of small and medium-sized enterprises in Greece. Access to financing is the number one problem we see, and it appears in Greece from a crisis, from the years of the crisis and later on. The problem is that many SMEs don't have access to financing. Let me just say, and there is a great fear of rejection of loan application. The problems that many member states have, the first most problem is the regulatory barriers. The second is late payments. The third, and access to financing comes third. And this can be compared with what is happening in Greece. A second source of drawing some conclusions is the OECD, is the annual report on the financing SMEs entrepreneurship, and we from the Ministry participate for the Greek figures. A very important finding in this survey, compared to the pre-crisis levels, namely 2009, the new loans to SMEs have been reduced by 3.8 times, from approximately 13 billion to 2009. In 2021, it's approximately 3.8 billion. The average lending rate to SMEs in 2021 was 3.8%. It's amongst the highest in EU, third or fourth, when large businesses 2.7 on average, and the spread is at 1.1%. And we show you some diagrams that we see from the OECD database as regards the financing of SMEs, and mostly for new business lending, we see that the levels are truly low, with a small increase in 2020, when we had the provisional framework for state aids, and therefore aid was given to SMEs and financing instruments under terms that were not allowed in the previous framework, but this is dropping. Another important thing is on the left diagram that we see a great difference of the size of the unpaid loans with the new loans, which tends to drop after 2019, especially because of the efforts made to reduce the NPLs. And of course, the interest rates, the last diagram that we see that there's a great difference in the lending interest rates. This ends at 2021, doesn't show the recent trend of the increased rates due to the inflationary pressure. I'd like to say a few things as regards the study, and Ms. Mani mentioned earlier on the SMEs Observatory, where we had a such project, an SRF project. There was a specific sub-project having to do with the access of SMEs to financing, which resulted in some very important conclusions from primary research in a mix of companies stratified by size, sector, region, and legal form and activity code. Some problems that resulted. The first problem that resulted is taxation, high taxation. The second is liquidity or access to financing, and the third is red tape. 84% of micro businesses did not receive any loan in the past 3 years. The average for SMEs was 70%. The greatest barriers that banks faced in their efforts to get loans is the high offer rates. The second was the supporting documentation required by the banks, and the third was collateral. Another conclusion is that 6 out of 10 SMEs use their own funds to finance their activities. And of course, a very high percentage, 83%, did not apply any financing instruments, and indeed this percentage was quite high as regards the knowledge for the financing instruments available. Many SMEs did not have access to this financing. There was this information gap that we mentioned earlier, and therefore they were not familiar with the state aid program. Another important problem was the lack of knowledge, financial literacy, and another problem was the heterogeneity of SMEs regarding financing needs depending on sector, industry and sector. I'd like to say here that SMEs in manufacturing, according to the survey, prepare working capital from 100 to 500,000 euros. Also, commercial enterprises had similar requirements. When they were in services, the requirements were from 25 to 100,000 euros. It's important to know this. The heterogeneity is a very important issue as regards SMEs. Obviously, all this has been mentioned. Failures of the market, information asymmetries, high transaction costs, and collecting information requires high costs. All this creates some problems that were mentioned earlier, especially showcase the problems in the possibility to finance companies that are sustainable but cannot be financed. It's a very important article on finance scientists Stiglitz and Weiss in 1981 described the credit rationing, where banks choose to go to safe choices, and this way some investment plans of businesses that could be viable cannot be financed. So these problems create a high financing gap that needs to be covered either through loans or grants. This will demonstrate the needs for public interventions in order to channel public funds and combine it with private funds and leverage private funds and to be channeled to businesses, and design the public policy with grants and financing instruments and institutional measures. As regards the Greek cases, we have the financing instruments of the partnership agreement 2021-2027 for the green transition and the recovery fund for digital transformation, some actions that are primarily grants, and the new financing tools that will be given through the Greek Development Bank. And on this, Mr. Zavos mentioned earlier one of the actions, which was the Delphi. The Delphi is a financing tool that has to do with the support of businesses that have been included in the development loans, and was financed by the recycling of funds from the Entrepreneurship Fund 1, and it was designed according to the then ETEAN, and it was refinancing of funds from the reimbursement of funds, and these were 192 were refinanced, and Ms. Mani, the Deputy Minister, mentioned that, and now another 100 million that are a guarantee scheme for SMEs. To conclude, I will refer to two actions that are important and we implement in our directions. The first is the National Observatory for SMEs, which is a project that we are implementing the framework of NSRF 2014-2020. The purpose is to collect, process, and utilize data in order to design, document national policies for SMEs. It has some projects I mentioned earlier. Some of those we have service for the competitiveness or SMEs. There is also a very important survey for handicraft industry, where the handicraft entrepreneurship was mapped for the first time in Greece. We have approximately 11,000 businesses that are handicraft businesses, and we're going to try through the national program for competitiveness to finance in the future with a grant program of 7.2 million euros. It also has some econometric templates of the contribution of SMEs, the key figures of Greek economy, and with the support of the Ministry of National Economy and Finance. And the second important action that is being implemented, and next week we're starting the assessment of the investment plan. It is a targeted action for SMEs in the manufacturing sector, smart manufacturing under the National Recovery and Resilience Fund with 73 million. The point is the adaptation of manufacturing SMEs to the Industry 4.0 model by changing their production model by applying AI, robotics, smart systems, big data. It is a program that has been financed under the General Block Exemption Regulation that the previous speaker specified, especially primarily under Article 14, with the regional aid map, where we get very important aid throughout Greece. We have very high percentages for 50 to 70%, depending on the size of businesses, with investment projects with budgets of 250,000 to 6 million euros. The distribution of the budget is 70% to small and micro, and 30% to medium-sized enterprises. So far, we have 507 investment proposals that have been submitted. We're starting assessing them next week. The grant budget was approximately 400 million, when the public spending that has been approved is, as I said, 73 million. We hope that this will increase now with the revision of the recovery fund. Thank you very much for the invitation and for giving me the time.
Τώρα σε εσάς, κύριε Πασχαλίδη, θα αξιοποιήσουμε την εμπειρία σας, μια και εργάζεστε στην Ευρωπαϊκή Τράπεζα Ανασυγκρότησης και Ανάπτυξης, και θα ήθελα, επειδή ο χρόνος μας πιέζει και δεν θα σας ταλαιπωρήσω, δεν θέλω να σας ταλαιπωρήσω. Παραδείγματα, να μιλήσουμε λίγο με παραδείγματα.
The speaker for this session is Zoe Paschalidi, CFA, European Bank for Reconstruction and Development. Let us hear some tangible examples. You have asked me about examples. Let me start by thanking you for the invitation. There is a number of SMEs which don't evolve, they don't grow. We support the transfer of know-how. There is evolution. Developments in the field of entrepreneurship are rapid. Therefore, SMEs need to be able to rise to the challenge. They need to be prepared. And they need to have very specific strategic plans so that banks and other funding bodies will be able to trust them and invest in them. Unfortunately, the moderator, we can't hear the moderator. In our bank, I mean, our bank is present since 2011 in Greece, and we have invested several billion euros, and through the program of counseling, we have supported 200 SMEs. We have provided counseling services for, and we have also worked with more than 1,000 representatives of businesses. Can you give us a couple of examples? Yes. Let me talk about the basic tool of our program, which has to do with the funding of counseling services. We work with consultants, both in Greece and abroad, who are able to support the businesses in the fields needed. These fields can be anything to support a business to grow, or in terms of a marketing plan, of a strategic plan, exports, green transition, energy, saving, digitalization, and the creation of many different applications. This is the main tool connecting SMEs with consultants from the Greek and the international market, and we stand by the side of the business for them to find the right consultant to implement the project and to cover approximately 70% of the cost of the service. Which are the fields in which you operate mainly? We operate on the basis of the Greek economy, meaning we have many customers in the field of foods and beverages, a lot of manufacturing, services companies. There is a wide variety of fields, and there are some fields we don't support, for example, like alcohol, like gambling, credit financing services. And do you think that more things could be done, and that do you think that there could be even less red tape? Well, in our department, we are quite flexible. Though we are a huge organization, we're very flexible, and there isn't much red tape. Submitting an application is very easy, and we are very accessible. A business can contact us easily, we can talk about their needs, and we can see how to help them with the tools available. Our contribution to SMEs meets the needs of the market. Thank you very, very much. Thank you very much for being here. So I believe that this is the right time for a light lunch, 1 hour of relaxation, 1 hour of break, and we will resume in 1 hour, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, dear participants, welcome to the afternoon session of today's conference, touching on the issue Small Enterprises Challenges in a Changing Economic Environment, organized by GSEVEE and the Athens Chamber of Tradesmen. I would like to give the floor to the President of Kinal, Mr. Androulakis. Dear President of the leading opposition party in Greece, you have the floor. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for the invitation. It is a great pleasure to be taking the floor to talk about SMEs. I'd like to start by congratulating the Athens Chamber of Tradesmen and the GSEVEE on their initiative to stand by the side of our compatriots in Thessaly, in the region of Thessaly, from the very beginning of this tragedy. They stood by the side of all the people who lost their property and some lost their lives as well. And this shows that you really perceive your role in the society as a very important role. And I would like to congratulate you on that. As you know, PASOK, our political party, submitted an integrated proposal for the reconstruction of the area through a specialized task force for a better and more resilient Thessaly. This is a project that will be implemented with transparency and rapidity, velocity, and in a very effective manner. This proposal stems from recent experiences, such as the experience of the pandemic, where many projects were assigned without criteria, without transparency, just to serve the interests of certain people. What has happened in Thessaly is unprecedented. Therefore, we have to utilize the model of the Olympic Games. The task force that we have proposed is a European model of task force which can contribute significantly through specialized sectors and scientists, the civil society, the local government, to help reconstruct the area, to help the area recover at all levels. Because what is happening in the area is indeed extremely painful. Let me now pass to the main part of my presentation. For us at PASOK, it is a national target objective to create a national development plan based on the Made in Greece concept, by utilizing the advantages of our country, by promoting through integrated policies the best possible valorization and utilization of European funds. In this plan, the SMEs, which are the backbone of the Greek economy, lie indeed in the very heart, contrary to the priorities and the choices of the current government. To my surprise, I heard the Prime Minister at the International Fair of Thessaloniki avoid talking about SMEs. For new democracy, the vision for the country is the vision of the development of just 10 big businesses. They don't care about SMEs, and the competitiveness is in such a demanding environment is not a priority. SMEs need a specific plan for their shift into the green transformation, into the digital transformation, into the digital era. For them to be able to deal with the climatic changes, they need to modernize their production, their infrastructure, their products, their services, and they need to be able to adopt innovative technologies. For all such things to happen, we need funding tools, very specific and very targeted, that will be used in an objective and transparent way. Based on the first results of the semester, only 2 of the systemic banks expanded to more funding to SMEs. Access to loans constitutes the number one problem for SMEs. It is a characteristic thing to say that some businesses paid their loans in order to avoid having to pay higher interest rates. The cost for SMEs currently reaches 8.5% for interest rates. At the same time, 178 bigger firms have been financed with 2.7 billion euros of loans stemming from the recovery fund, with an interest rate of 2% and a period for payment of 13 years. This is the priority of the government about a pan-European funding tool, that is the loans of the Resilience and Recovery Fund, with such a plethora of SMEs which are already exhausted due to the previous crisis. And these are the criteria the Prime Minister and the government uses. Why does everything have to pass through the banks? A very good example is Portugal. Why did the Portuguese do it and we can't? So, what does this mean? That the few keep receiving more than the many, unfortunately. So only big firms are supported. According to a recent study of the Chamber of Thessaloniki, 1 out of 4 firms invested in the first semester of 2023. 1 out of 4 firms. However, what is even more important is that the vast majority of investments, 67%, was funded exclusively by own capital. 27.5% was funded through a project and only 5% was funded through a bank institution, a bank entity. Moreover, the investments that were implemented over the past months were of low budgets. Half of those investments amounted to 5,000 euros, an average of 5,000 euros. Yet another important issue for SMEs is the difficulty to find personnel, staff, that is adequately skilled and qualified. This is not just a Greek problem. This is a broader problem, but the situation here in Greece is really tragic in the transformation sector, in the primary sector, but especially in the businesses that need specific skills. 86% of SMEs state in Greece that they have difficulty in hiring skilled personnel, and this is the 5th higher percentage in the European Union. And there is a mismatch in terms of skills, and we are lagging behind vis-à-vis the European average. But there is yet another reason that is even more serious. Our country ranks very low in terms of work quality, labor quality. And this explains why certain people do not want to work in Greece. Nobody spoke about that at the Parliament today. Though a bill has been submitted by the government, nobody spoke about that. They keep avoiding this problem because this is a structural problem. then we also rank very low in terms of income quality, and we are among the worst positions when it comes to the balance between family and professional life. With the new law of the government for labor issues, the position of the work of the employee is deteriorated. So we want to change things, and this is why we propose a relief of 3 years from the taxation of profit for specific categories of SMEs, for them to be able to proceed to specialization more easily, to digital transformation, to technological transformation, for them to seek new markets and innovate. We want funding from the Recovery Fund for investments in the field of innovation, energy adjustment and digital transformation, a shift of the development bank to invest and support, to invest in SMEs, more investments through NSRF for the establishment of such SMEs in biotechnical parks. There are SMEs that are excluded from bank loans, and unfortunately the government has decided to have the Resilience and Recovery Fund funds go through banks, because they want that all the money goes to specific clients. They also had the courage to though we have spoken about all such things several times, about the model of Portugal and the example of Portugal, they had the courage to review the national plan for the recovery fund to increase by 5 billion euros the loans to the banks, while there is no plan at all for SMEs. Okay. The government saw that there were no investments for SMEs, and they had the opportunity to review certain things. We kept talking about this problem, but then when they reviewed the plan, they again wanted everything to go through the banks. And so I keep repeating this point because it shows that the problem is not just about own funds, because maybe one can say we don't have money, we can't do certain things, but the European Union created a very important funding tool, which is really a very, very big fund and a very flexible fund. There is a lot of flexibility in the RDF, but the government hasn't done anything to actually utilize all the possibilities offered. Therefore, the problem is not that there is no money out there, that there are no tools out there. The problem is that there is no political will, because the Prime Minister's points of view prevail. And because we know what the approach of this government is, to the detriment of everybody. And when I suggested to the Prime Minister 8 months ago to plan the review of the Recovery Fund to the benefit of the loans for the SMEs as well, to the benefit of green transition, he would say that I was incompetent because I didn't know what I was talking about. And then he did the review on his own but in a completely different manner and benefiting different interests. Now, there is an accumulation of debts to the fiscal offices and insurance funds. When we say 120 installments, we mean it. The government spoke about 120 installments, but you know that very few people actually had access to this measure, and this was a terrible thing, yet another terrible thing, especially for people who receive a very low salary. And we also propose a 30% haircut for people who will settle their debts through the 102 installments. Application for the early warning directive for insolvency and the participation of the chambers. Then we are in favor of the second chance of dignity. What is that? A person who didn't manage to achieve certain objectives in life, but has been very honest but couldn't resist the pressure of the market and couldn't pay certain things. This person, on the basis of many studies, if provided with a second chance of dignity, having previous experience, won't fail again. This is a best practice, but unfortunately, though many states have applied it, here in Greece we serve the bank system and excessive profitability of the bank system without thinking about certain other situations. We propose to bring back the law of our political party of 2010, and we want specific terms in the operation of the funds in order to avoid blackmailing policies. We want to safeguard the dignity of the loan receivers. Then we want to provide new incentives for businesses to hire new personnel by subsidizing the payment of salaries. And then we want to establish a bank account for businesses that won't be confiscated. Then we want to exert pressure on banks to reduce their commission fees in all types of transactions, e-banking and so on and so forth. So the cost for SMEs will be reduced. When I was a member of the European Parliament, I had submitted a proposal to the European Commission, and I received the answer that this is a huge problem in Greece, which hasn't been tackled over the past years by the several governments and mainly by New Democracy, the current political party. And the phenomenon has escalated. We can't possibly combat corruption without including the banks. We need consensus to be able to, among all players, to be able to achieve certain objectives. But the banks, they don't want to contribute. And this is what I said at the fair of Thessaloniki. I told them, let us impose a tax on super profits. Now, contrary to the rest of Europe, certain things are not done here in Greece. Lots of presents are being offered to the banks, unfortunately. We also want to provide incentives for the placement of photovoltaics on SMEs to help them achieve green transition and the reduction of their operational cost. This, to me, is an issue of paramount importance because our country has all the potential and the possibility to be self-sufficient and competitive in an era when the cost of energy is galloping. It's not just about the war in Ukraine. This is a phenomenon that would have arrived, but it was accelerated by the war in Ukraine. There were many studies about that, and instead of having a plan, a national plan, to guarantee the stability of the market and the energy poverty, we did the contrary. We did everything we could to increase our dependence on natural gas. And the government says, well, I reduced the cost on the invoices. And what about the reduction between retail and wholesale? Who paid for that? We, the taxpayers, the SMEs, all of us. Grants are given to big companies and big producers. And instead of prioritizing other bodies like cooperatives, producers, instead of prioritizing on the basis of different criteria, we keep on doing certain things, from fossil fuel to greener fuel. Well, this transition is being promoted, but only to the benefit of specific interests. Is there any other country with a similar strategy? No. Even in Germany, after Fukushima, when a decision was taken to reduce dependence on nuclear power, they didn't allow dependence on the natural gas. They did what they could to involve more renewable energy sources. Even in Germany, we have the possibility to implement a plan of green transition, laying emphasis on the citizen, the producer, the SMEs, to guarantee that in the coming years, which will be years of upheavals, energy-wise, in order to be sure that we will have acted to the benefit of SMEs and to the benefit of the citizens. This is a top priority for our political party. It is a matter of national security, of social justice, of fair green transition, and we believe that the government, the only thing that is doing is serving the few, not the many. Ninth point, close cooperation between European institutions, employers, organizations and employees to upgrade skills through programs that are co-financed by the European Union. For example, the program of the European Social Fund and other priorities of the European Union about skills upgrading. Ladies and gentlemen, the country needs an integrated development plan for a kind of development which will not be 77% of real estate investment from abroad, a development that is based on the elimination of the Greek investments is a development that will not help the Greek society become as resilient as necessary. And when we have international upheavals, the weak will become weaker and the poor poorer, unfortunately. We want a resilient growth, a sustainable growth and a fair growth with benefits for the whole society. This is why we have a completely different plan, and the only way to achieve our plan is to support the backbone of the Greek economy, which, despite the huge financial crisis of the 10 past years, which still survives, but it needs to become more resilient to overcome the current crisis and the crisis of the future. So with these thoughts, and on that note, allow me to wholeheartedly wish you the best of luck in your proceedings. We will follow your proceedings through the participation of our members tomorrow as well, to hear your views and your thoughts. We will stand by your side. And the main reason for that is that we firmly believe that without you, the employees will not be able to find wages that are decent, with rights that are decent, and the Greek society will not be financially competitive, it won't be resilient, and it won't be just. This is why we will stand by your side, and we will support you in all your fights, like all social democrat parties in Europe. The recovery of European production needs to be based on, needs to stem from small and resilient units, not from units which take their capital and place it in China or in other parts of Asia, in other parts of Africa. You invest in your country and will stay in your country, and this is why you are so valuable for national and for financial reasons. You are our top priority. Thank you very much for your attention.
Θα αφήσουμε λίγο τις συζητήσεις να εξελιχθούν μεταξύ των Προέδρων εκτός, κύριε Πρόεδρε, και να προχωρήσουμε λίγο στην επόμενη θεματική.
Let's move on to our next session. When I was asked to moderate a discussion on digital transformation of SMEs, being a member of the media, said, who cares? But the things were made clear later when we were talking about small and medium-sized enterprises, and everything became clear because these are the backbones of the Greek economy. It is critical to see how we can give the digital tools to SMEs that will facilitate their transition to the day after. So the subject of the second theme is the digital transformation of small enterprises. So how the digital tools that enterprises can have access to can help them survive in a market that is truly exceptionally competitive. Since we are on only have one lady participating in this session. We're going to ask her first. It's Nikos, EIT Manufacturers LC Southeast. Let's welcome Mr. Antonio Grasso, Public Affairs Director of the European Digital Small and Medium Enterprise Alliance. Mr. Spiros Kapetanakis, who is in charge of partnerships of the GR Digital InnoHub, and Mr. Periklis Terlitsidis is a representative of Smart Attica Hub. So, the first to speak on the list is Mr. Antonio Grasso, so I will call him to take the floor and start his presentation.
Kalimera and Efraisto, that's all I can say in Greek, so I give you the time to have your translation in case you would like to use it. But thank you very much, George. Thank you very much to the organizer of this conference. It's a real pleasure for me to be here with you today. So we have heard from distinguished speakers today how SMEs across Europe need support, need policies that enables them to grow and compete in global markets. This is true. SMEs need support, but I am here today because I want to tell you why and how SMEs can also be on top of digitalization. They can be on the front line of digital transformation. So, as we heard many times, SMEs are the 99%. They represent the vast majority of the economy. They are the engine of Europe. And among them, there is more than 1 million SMEs in the digital sector that are delivering already on the goal of the European Union to ensure European digital sovereignty. So what I would like to discuss with you today is to explore what are the enabling factors that will allow innovative as well as traditional SMEs to thrive during the time of twin transition and drive the digital transformation of businesses in Europe. So just to tell you more about us, we are the European Digital SME Alliance. We represent more than 45,000 SMEs in the ICT sectors, and they give employment to more than 600,000 people in Europe, generating annual revenues of around 5 billion overall. Our members, they are digital SMEs that have invested in data and IoT specialized products, IT security, software, B2B, and also advanced and emerging technologies such as artificial intelligence. So I gave you some numbers already. We engage with the SMEs because we need them, their voice, to be high, not only at national level in every member state in Europe, but we need them to be heard in Brussels with the European institutions. So we have 30 national and regional associations from EU member states of ICT SMEs. We engage with them through 10 working groups with project proposals in which they are involved, and we have the pleasure to work with more than 450 experts across Europe. So what is the state of play in the European Union? The European Union has given itself some digital targets across this decade that says that 75% of European companies should use cloud and big data by the end of the decade, and 90% of SMEs should reach at least basic level of digital intensity. But the reality is, at least until a few years ago, that 58 of large enterprises, of big companies, had some kind of degree of digitalization, while only 20% of SMEs could say that. And what is more is that there are uneven level of investments into digitalization across Europe, and the spending on ICT services in Western Europe is 10 times higher than in Eastern and Southeastern Europe. So that calls for action and for a vision that make digital transformation a reality for many SMEs in Europe. So what we are doing at European Digital SME Alliance is to build up a new vision and to talk to the European Commission, to the European Parliament, to all the European institutions in order to have them on board to build sustainable digitalization in Europe. And what we mean by that is a process that can strengthen the goal of digital sovereignty by enabling the twin transition via a sustainable business-to-business digitalization, by greener technologies and a circular economy, so by having digital solutions, digital tools that can help us as a society to save resources, to increase efficiency, and allow reparability of products. And thirdly, by an innovating enabling framework through an holistic approach in EU policies. So we promote those policies in Brussels when we talk to the European institutions, and we promote sustainable digitalization through policies addressing specific technologies such as AI and cybersecurity, and through policies implementing high-level principles such as sustainability and competition that are needed in Europe. So that is why over the last year we have taken action on Artificial Intelligence Act, an important legislative initiative of the European Union to regulate artificial intelligence in Europe. We have taken action with a coalition of businesses called the European Green and Digital Coalition to leverage on digital technologies to reduce the carbon footprint of technologies in Europe, and also to insist on the right to repair. Many services that are developed by SMEs in Europe can help to reuse products, to expand the lifetime of products. So we need to build on them in order to become more sustainable. And also, it's very important for Europe to build its data economy. Big companies often lock in the users of their data, not only consumers, but also companies that use their devices and do not allow access to data to those companies. This is crucial because if companies do not have access to data, it means they cannot develop innovation, and it means they cannot compete on a global and digital market level. That's why we call for fair and stronger European ecosystem and support also other action of the European Union in this field, such as the Digital Market Acts. But to become more concrete, how can we make digital transformation realized in practice? We work a lot with the European Digital Innovation Hubs. In our membership, we have 9 members that are European Digital Innovation Hubs, and more than 50 are in our network. So it means that we collaborate with them, we do projects with them, because they are fundamental intermediaries for SMEs to uptake digital transformation and to support them in their digital journey. Often you will hear from big tech companies, from multinationals, that digitalization is just, for an SMEs connecting to an online platform and do some e-commerce. Digitalization is not about that. It is a journey that means a transformation of digital models and of business models of traditional SMEs. That is why we rely also on digital innovation hubs to expand the opportunities for SMEs. Therefore, with the digital innovation hubs, we have opportunity for demand-driven services, access to financial support to SMEs to fund digitalization projects, to support them in compliance with the law, and to access different markets and internationalize, and also, as it was mentioned before, access trainings, because there is a huge gap of skills in Europe that needs to be closed in order to enable SMEs to digitize. And therefore, here on the slide, you could see several examples of SMEs already digitized, that already transformed their business models in our membership. We have SMEs that embrace AI solutions. We have smart data management SMEs that help cities and public institutions become more sustainable. We have SMEs, excuse me, that use their phone in order to identify holes in the roads and help public administration in Sweden, and so on. And therefore, excuse me, we have several projects for our SMEs. We have them helping driving digital transformation, and such projects at European level include some projects such as Kyclos, Aurorals, that are all about digital transformation of entire industrial ecosystem. It is within the objectives of the European Union to digitalize 14 industrial ecosystems across Europe, and it is because of this that as Digital SME, we work in partnership with several stakeholders, including SMEs, to drive digitalization of manufacturing, to digitalize rural areas, and to promote the acquisition of standardization for uptake of advanced technologies in SMEs. How do we keep engagement of SMEs? How do we make them come to Brussels and discuss with us, EU policy? We offer them opportunity for networking, and we organize our work in specific working groups that help us talk to our members, talk to the actual SMEs, and develop policy positions and respond to topical issues of relevance for European digital SMEs. So we discuss from advanced technology, AI and cyber, to issues such as skills, sustainability, and so on. And another concrete, very concrete action is that we promote several events and several opportunities for matchmaking. In order for, the craftsmen to digitize their business, they need to meet those that can give them the solutions, those who have already the expertise in place to provide them with the technologies, with the skills that they can get in their business to transform their models. And that's why we do several events focused on several sectors, from retail to tourism, from agriculture to manufacturing, in order to make the digital SMEs and the rest of the SME meet and develop business opportunities. So the crucial point that we make every day in Brussels is the following. We need European digital SMEs to acquire a position of leadership in driving digitalization. We cannot, as Europe, afford that it is only through big companies that we let the rest of the business digitalize. We are, as SMEs, the 99%. They are the 1%. We need to exploit the 99% of SMEs to have European digital sovereignty. We can do this as an essential part of the supply side of Digital Innovation Hub. We can do this through boosting innovation and sustainable growth. And we can do this because we represent, as European businesses that give employment in Europe, the European values, and we together can foster European competitiveness. So in order to exchange the honor to be here today, I also wanted to mention that we are organizing a major event for SMEs in Europe in Brussels. We are talking about this. We are talking about digitalizing business. So if you want to learn more and maybe come to Brussels on the 13th of November, you are most welcome to explore our website. And with this, I would like to thank you for your attention and looking forward to the discussion.
Mr. Spiros Kapetanikis.
Θα περάσετε, ναι, βεβαίως. Αν θέλετε. Προτιμάτε από εδώ. Ωραία. Ο κ. Καπελανάκης είναι ο υπεύθυνος συνεργατικών δράσεων του Κόμμου Ψηφιακής Καινοτομίας DigiGov.
Who is in charge of DigiGov InnoHub and will explain which are the very useful services that SMEs can find through this hub. The InnoHub. Good evening. I will try to be brief and concise in order to talk to you about the InnoHub for public services and the public space. DigiGov InnoHub is one of the innovation hubs that have been created.
Ναι, μάλλον. Οκ. Ωραία. Ο στόχος του συγκεκριμένου κόμβου καινοτομίας
aim of the specific InnoHub is to advance digital transformation in the public sector, fostering synergistic innovation and openness. In the European Union, there are a series of, rather a number of proposals have been submitted and have led to the creation of many different hubs, some having to do with SMEs. You heard about some hubs earlier that focus on innovation and SMEs. Our hub about the public sector aims at facilitating the contact between SMEs and the public services so that the productive powers of the SMEs can be released and by avoiding red tape and by investing in more productive processes. So we have lots of collaborators from universities to many other bodies, like the ones you see on the slide, many different institutes, and many different organizations, prefectures, and many other bodies. What are our objectives? What is it that we want to achieve? We want to trace the new generation of services that public services need through a series of actions that will play a very important role in the entrepreneurial models of SMEs. Such services are technologies of artificial intelligence, blockchain technologies for transparency, mobility and mobile internet, and the possibility to have things move through mobile phones, technologies through the various wearables and sensors. I am talking about technology to then talk about skills, the necessary skills. And we will talk more about skills tomorrow. So we also wish to achieve technologies such as computing and cloud technologies. All such technologies help to produce new services, both for SMEs and for entrepreneurship in general. So we focus on the creation of such ecosystems, and we are interested in trying to understand how we can help SMEs, how the state could contribute to that and facilitate the work of SMEs, how the public government, the public administration, how could it integrate all such technologies rapidly for it to become more effective. So we are interested in creating synergistic networks which, through openness and transparency, will promote digital transformation. And all such things will derive from an accelerator. And what is the accelerator? It is a project of acceleration. This is the very vision of our hub. We want this hub to become the accelerator of the creation of new services, of new relationships, and of a better transfer of knowledge and know-how to help SMEs. So SMEs can become either providers of such services, new services, or as receivers of such new services. They can have a dual role, but you can be the ones to help us evolve such services, or you can be the one to receive such services. The hub has very, very specific objectives to achieve, and we need specific indices to be able to measure our performance. Here you see the customer journey of the projects, how they will mature, what will the process be, and the services provided. Here we will have a laboratory where we're going to be able to test certain things. We will have an academy that will help with the skills for digital transformation. We will have the DigiGov Agora, which is a marketplace, which is a funding and investment support in order to promote rapidly innovative things in the public administration. And then we will have the DigiGov Forum, which will be a network of organizations and businesses which will work in synergy to create this ecosystem and to guarantee the necessary services. Apart from the specific project, we also participate in the GovTech for All, which comprises 9 incubators all over Europe. One of such incubators will be in Greece, and it will be placed in our premises. And we are trying to broaden such collaborations and to connect with many other hubs. We tried to organize this networking even before the creation of the hub in order to disseminate best practices, in order for best practices to be disseminated from one country to the other, and in order to collaborate with other countries and to transfer know-how. So you do realize that there will be a multiplying effect through the hub to transfer know-how. So I was very quick, but I hope that I have been of help. Thank you very much for your time and for giving me the opportunity to take the floor. Thank you very much. Mr. Perliklis Terliksidis will explain to us how Smart Attica Hub can provide the fields that are pioneering right now in the field of digital transformation.
Thank you for the invitation and for giving me the opportunity to discuss for an issue that, if I was to put a title to it, I would like to rephrase the old Woody Allen film, everything you wanted to know about the digital innovation hubs, but you were afraid to ask. The digital innovation hubs, the European network of digital innovation hubs, is a huge opportunity. It's an innovative initiative of the European Union, which for the first time channels the efforts, the knowledge and the money in the service of SMEs. The entire European networks that has 178 European digital innovation hubs that work specific with the same way. There are 3 that do not have the European financing but play the leading role, the same role. So there is a network of approximately 300 hubs across the entire Europe, which operate in exactly the same way. They are centrally coordinated and using horizontal technologies like IA, robotics, cybersecurity, they serve various themes. DigiGov, for example, as my colleague explained, serves the public sector. Smart Attica, in our case, we serve energy and environment, supply chain and tourism, and there are the hubs that serve the agro-food sector, coordinated by Demokritos University in Thrace, and Smart Health, which is oriented to health services. Now, but if you have a need, or if another need is expressed for a theme that is not served by the Greek hubs, the role of the Greek hub is to find the appropriate hub on the European network and serve in the very same way the beneficiary companies within the European Union. Now, what are the particularities of these hubs? First of all, the beneficiary, namely the company that receives the hub services, has no financial obligation to the hub. So it does not receive financing, but it receives services that it needs in order to start or improve or perfect its digital transformation, and at the end of this, at the end of the day, improve its competitiveness at European level. Provision of these services is something new, and we need to be honest that even we who coordinate the European hubs and the Greek hub. I'm the Executive Director of Digital Innovation Hub of Demokritos. So this exists and it operates and it's available to you on the part of Demokritos as well. And we just coordinate the European hub. So the specificity is that it offers services. The academia don't know how to do that very well. That's why in our hub and in every other hub, there are partners, apart from the academic organization that are experts in the technologies. In our case, in Spartatica, our partners are the Association of Greek Enterprises, the Assets Development Fund, and other partners that help us be close to the various needs. Also, society is a partner of our hub through the municipality of Athens and the Attica region. How does it work, or how it should work, or how it will work after the first initial problems that encountered? Well, there should be a discussion between the hub and the industry groups or even individual companies, but if it's a discussion with individual beneficiaries, that would require a lot of energy. We could have a discussion, for example, for something that would be of interest to commerce or to transport. So, since it would be very difficult to have a discussion with every single transportation company, and it would preclude all the other businessmen of the sector from the benefits of such an application, then on your part, you should work with us in order to design the service. What exactly do we want to achieve in our work tomorrow morning? So after we design that, we will provide the suitable technological solution without using our own financial means, without you having to pay anything, or working with the European network. The next step for you is very important because that's one of the weaknesses of the current efforts for digital transformation. And what's that? That even if a business gets the best technological solution, the business is not in a position to implement it in practice. It needs a training, not only learn how to work the software or something, but somebody has to sit by the side of the company's employee who will run the application to start working together and see how the company will get the most out of the application. And this is something new. And what we do, we intend to insist on that, because for Greek reality this is something very, very true. I heard today often about the lack of staff, of specialized staff among SMEs. I'm not going to disagree with that point, but I'm going to say that a more important problem is not the lack of specialized staff. Another important problem is the weakness of the current capable staff to adapt to a new solution, to go beyond their comfort zone, to do something in a different manner and not just replace the job with a computer. This would change nothing. This is the key pathogen of a Greek SME. No, I don't want to take up a lot more of your time, but what I would like to say is that the innovation hubs have another very important parameter which we often overlook, which is a very strong counterfactor for digital development, and this factor is the doubt, the hesitation, and in some cases even the fear, not only on the part of the staff of employees, but the businessmen, the heads of the companies, to adopt these methods. What if it doesn't work well? What if in a crisis situation, and if I'm not in charge, what if the artificial intelligence can't provide the solution? What happens then? So what is the another capability offered by the hubs? The business can test the solution in practice. In Democritus, for example, in our case, the entire campus is a test bed available to your enterprises to test the solutions developed. How do they work in practice before they are adopted in a business? That's all I had to say. Thank you very much, and I will be available for any questions you may have.
Thank you very much. Now, Mrs. Nikki Kousi, in charge of the EIT manufacturing CLC Southeast, will talk to us about all the opportunities provided through the EIT manufacturing. Ladies and gentlemen, good evening. This is indeed a very important day, touching on a very interesting topic. I'm the last speaker, and I will be brief. I will start by saying thank you to the organizers for their invitation for me to participate in this conference, to introduce you to the EIT manufacturing and to the role that it can play in the transformation, digital transformation for SMEs. We lay emphasis on manufacturing, and this is a global basis for well-being and it is also the key for the economic, environmental and social sustainability of Europe. It is indeed a fact that industry needs to become more circular and more digital, but it also needs to remain competitive in the international exchequer. So we need to be able to support SMEs, and at the same time we need to help them, and we also need to preserve the sustainability of Europe and the competitiveness of Europe. If we lay emphasis on digital transformation, we will realize that it has lots of benefits to offer to SMEs. There are digital solutions with which companies today can understand better the needs of the market, thus producing new products and new services and servicing customers better. At the same time, they have the possibility to introduce new processes more profitable for them to increase their productivity but also profitability. So having in mind all the above, our aim is to strengthen innovation in the field of transformation and manufacturing so that digital and green transformation become a reality. EIT Manufacturing is a European organization which is funded and supported by the European Institute of Innovation and Technology. Our actions are structured on the basis of connecting innovation, education and entrepreneurship, because we believe that helping bodies representing all these fields cooperate is the way to optimize the impact on innovation in industrial production. The funding that we got, that we will take by 2026 amount to 400 million, and there will be a plus 7 years of funding. The headquarters of our organization are in Paris, but we are present all over Europe. We have 6 co-location centers, which are centers of innovation, and we also collaborate with 11 innovation hubs. In 2022, the IT Manufacturing created a new center of innovation here in Athens, because it recognized the huge potential and the need for digital transformation in the area of Southeastern Europe. The University of Patras was the one that submitted the proposal, and I graduated from this university in the specific faculty. We were supported also by the Greek government. There was a support letter from the Greek Prime Minister, and we also received support from 15 industries from Greece, Bulgaria and Romania. They also sent letters of support. The network of the partners is this one. We have more than 80 partners all over Europe and more than 200 organizations and businesses that we support. More than 50%, almost 60% of our partners are industries that come from many different sectors: the automobile industry, robotics, consumption goods, and so on and so forth. And they are of many different sizes. We have big companies in our portfolio, but we also have many SMEs which recognize EIT Manufacturing as a very successful platform for their development. And we also collaborate with leading universities in Europe, which help us achieve innovation and integrate innovation in our actions in order to have a more holistic and comprehensive approach and understanding of the challenges and the needs of digital transformation. We conducted a survey in our network with very interesting results. We saw that critical technologies from the point of view of businesses for digital transformation are three: artificial intelligence and the solutions of artificial intelligence that will be able to produce solutions for emergencies, maintenance, energy consumption, goods, quality of goods, and safe distribution of data. Second part, solutions that put the human being in the center. And thirdly, solutions and simulations and the appropriate technology able to automate part of the production and increase adaptability. And the study also showed that the priority and the challenge for the industry is the lack of training and skills for digital transformation, and also the shaping of the strategy to transit to a digital era, but also the need for extroversion. So, by recognizing digitalization as a factor for sustainability, EIT Manufacturing actively supports SMEs by offering access to funding, consultants, training programs, and access to our pan-European network for the creation of synergies at the level of funded projects, but also at the level of collaborations. EIT Manufacturing, over the 2 years of operation, has funded more than 135 synergistic projects, seeing the participation of SMEs, either through partners that develop solutions and have such solutions as new products in the market, or with the role of the user of such solutions. We have supported more than 150 SMEs through such projects and through direct counseling. 40 out of those are headquartered in South and Eastern Europe, and now we are planning to increase this number with our new department here in Greece. I would like to give you an example of the projects that we have funded. Here you see on the slide a specific project, seeing the participation of 6 businesses for the development of a digital solution that will be used to train personnel of factories by utilizing artificial virtual reality, VR. We have had SMEs participate. It was the solution, TCPAC and CalPAC, was created by Greece, by SMEs. CalPAC produces panels and solar systems, and it also utilized this solution in its production system, thus reducing the time needed to train the new employees, but also the current employees, to help them upgrade their skills. In conclusion, I would like to invite enterprises and businesses that seek support to take the next step towards digital transformation to participate in our programs. We have 2 active programs currently currently, one addressing startups which can submit their proposal. The winners will receive money as an award, but also support from our organization in searching investors and in increasing their customer base. And until the 20th of November, there is an open call by EIT Manufacturing, which funds synergies. Many SMEs come together with research institutions and submit their proposals. We need 3 partners for that. And then projects are created of 1 or 2 years of duration with a funding of 800,000 euros per project. These are projects for technologies that are mature and they just need some final details for their commercialization. And we want partners, among partners, also partners that can test the efficacy of such solutions. There will be more opportunities in 2024, but I will not give you the details now. I will invite you to visit our website and the social media about us, and of course I will be glad to help you browse through the various opportunities. Thank you very much for your attention.
Κάτι κρεμάστηκε. Απέκτησα ουρά ξαφνικά, θα τα βρω μετά.
Okay.
Λοιπόν, δεν ξέρω αν υπάρχει κάποια
I
ερώτηση.
don't know whether there are any questions for the participants.
Καλησπέρα σας.
Good afternoon. Thank you very much for the hospitality. I'd like to specifically thank the president of GSEVEE and of the Athens Chamber of Tradesmen for this wonderful conference. So I would like to ask this. Earlier we spoke about SMEs. So since we have micro enterprises as well, and as far as I can understand, we're moving towards a digital era. We want to implement the digital era to new products in practice. With VR goggles, designing 3D to go into a virtual reality. I come from the craft industry chamber. We need to train that. We need on that, and we need to train our people. And there is a great gap between universities and the businesses. I think we should focus on that in order to be able to make the leap to the digital times, to having some software or buying a software that would be a design software, or SolidWorks, for example, which is very well known, or Solidates, and being able to turn it into practice in order to develop a facility that has steam networks or IoTs, and to develop how a manufacturing plant should work. All this requires special programs that will help people put things in practice. Theory is good, but we need something to train in practice. And I would also like to point out the fact that... Yes, my question, yes, you're right. My question is this. How can we come close to all these programs in terms of practical implementation? Thank you very much for the question, because it helps me point out a few things. You are absolutely right. Theory is not enough, and we need to bring universities, research closer to the businesses. That's why we develop our programs. In our programs we have a business partner, a craft industry, for example, which applies for the same project along with a university, a research organization, and another company that develops solution, and all of them together submit a proposal so that the university and the research organization will provide the solution and the tools to train the craft industry partner, and then the craft industry partner will develop the needs and how the solution could be implemented. So, that's what we do through our programs. We do this link, we do we make this connection between theory and practice. For example, I've been doing 3D design 11, 12 years now, and I want to apply this in practice. I have all the mechanical equipment, and I truly speak of experience. And I can't find companies who will be able to train my staff, and in order to be able to go into that part of the business, there is a gap. But there are programs that are not only addressed to startups, but to SMEs, irrespective of their age, so to speak. So there are solutions out there. We'll be very happy to help you find the right solution to meet your needs.
Yes. Okay, just a minute. You're on.
Thank you very much. Just a few words to address your question that is really a crucial one, because indeed, even in Brussels, when we talk to the politicians, to the European Commission, it is easy to indeed discuss and to, do some high-level policies, but then we need concrete measures in practice. I think nobody, especially small and micro enterprises, can win these challenges alone. So that's why another tool that you have as a business is to join organizations such as the Hellenic one at national level, but also join European organizations to enter in these networks. That is already a way to gain access to more opportunities. And when it comes to skills, I hear you when you are saying that you cannot find people that are trained to apply 3D and virtual, technology in practice. We do also at European level, as also Nikki explained, have programs that are helping organizations to have blueprints, to have best practices that each company can implement to train their workforce. We have at Digital SME one project that is about AI skills, other blueprints that are about blockchain technologies, cybersecurity, because the security of the data and the technology will become more and more important in the next years, is already important. So if you join these consortiums, you can have access to projects and to funding that can give you also the support, the financial support to train your workforce.
Thank you, Antonio. Κύριε Τερλιξίδη, θέλατε να πείτε κάτι?
First of all, quite agree with you. If you noted, it was one of the points that I raised. That's exactly. It's not enough to try to train somebody. Somebody needs to sit down with your trainee in order to learn how to get the maximum out of the application that has been developed. But let me just tell you that this is a huge problem. It's not exclusively a Greek problem. I remember that, I don't know if you remember the campaign of President Clinton in his first term with the Vice President Gore. It was based on the information highway. It was a huge problem for 4 years, and Don Tufts was the guru of that. 4 years after the first term, so once this program was, project was over, and he said that there was total investment of $240 billion in a 4-year term. 80% didn't switch on at all. Why? Because it wasn't enough to get the solution, to procure the solution with preferential prices, etc., with big good system. Somebody had to teach the productive machine how to operate, and not, from the college lectern, follow a course, but sit down with you, see the particularities of the business, and try to work things out together. We have another couple of questions. Some help with the microphone, please.
Κι άλλο. Μιλάμε για διοργάνωση σοβαρή. Γεια σας.
Good evening. I'm from the Athens Chamber of Tradesmen. I'm very happy to see you from close. I'm hard to hear about the Innovation Hub, and you know that we participated in that, but I haven't had any news about any evolution of that hub and the participation of our chamber. It's an opportunity to have you here and see how small and medium-sized enterprises could participate in that Innovation Hub. We haven't had any news in recent times, and I'm very happy to meet you here, to get to know you, because we've only exchanged emails, and see how we could participate, both as a chamber and our businesses. If you could share a few thoughts with me, some news on how we could achieve that in the upcoming period. Of course. First of all, thank you very much for identifying yourself. I apologize for this delay, which is due to exclusively to red tape reasons. Imagine that this program is co-financed with the European Union and the member state, and the invitation for the financing of the Greek part has a deadline for submission the 29th of November. So we don't yet know the terms, but we need to discuss together. I'm going to do this, very happy to do that, so as to, I repeat, our priority is to serve small and micro businesses. How are we going to do that? We're going to group them together. We want to build programs for bakeries, for car workshops, for aluminium fabricators. Now, we'll never come in contact with one supplier of products in order to push them out to digital transformation. If we offer a general platform where one can participate with close to zero cost for their own growth, and we help them use this platform, then somebody's going to do it. This is just very briefly, a very brief outline of how the cooperation will take place. I will definitely contact you because we are interested in that. Thank you. And one final question. If I'm not mistaken, we have one final question. I'd like to congratulate the two chambers for organizing this very interesting meeting, this very interesting conference. My question is this: how can an association of hoteliers can train all its staff and have spectacular results? Because the part of training is lacking. We don't have the departments that are necessary to train the staff. Which part is suitable to organize it? Because it is a group thing. Thank you very much. My name is Yannis Sakelaropoulos. Well, I apologize for taking up all the time and monopolizing the discussion, but that is the job of the Digital Innovation Hub, especially in Smart Attica. The Hotel Chamber is a partner in Smart Attica. We've already contacted the Chamber of Hotels. Apart from organizing some services that small or larger hotels need, especially you should know that categorization is very varied. There's not just one, two types of hotels. There are 100 different types of hotels with different needs and different specificities. So apart from developing solutions, our objective is to create a support organization that's going to do exactly what you're saying. Very well. Thank you. We have concluded. So, all this discussion brought to mind an image from the past when I was a primary school student. And, I remember Mr. Sotiris' shop that was a hardware shop, and it was run by himself, his wife, his sons, and they had an employee. I remember his notepads that it was dribbling on, but he knew everything. He knew the inventory of the store by heart. The shop grew extensively. No, don't forget, this summer I came across them again. He told me that he has a proposal to work together with another store in Kozani to have common warehouses and be able to run this together through some instruments that they have found through some similar solutions. I hope that all these instruments, all these solutions will help small and medium-sized enterprises going to go from a small hardware store to a huge box shop supported by logistic services. Thank you very much.